Test the outside here. Give me a good block. We got some great blocks. We got some beautiful blocks. Tyler Heller. Can he go? Oh, we might have that one. Yes, he does. Let's go. Here we go. Give me some blocks. Perfect blocks. Squidtard's going. We're going to try and test him here. And that's the last thing. Oh, we got coverage all that. We got real estate for days. And give him some more. Squidtard. That's what I'm talking about. And thank you, Quandale Dingle. Vanderbilt unleashed hell upon the college football world. Give him another. Again. Come on, Harold. It's got to be you, bro. Harold Flower. Let's go. Oh, y'all really thought. Y'all really thought. Y'all really thought. Squidception gets his. Can he go all the way? Oh! Squidtard, okay, Squidtard way outside. Got some lanes, got a block, got some blocks. He might have the speed, and he does! Come on, Tyler. Give me a block. Let's freaking go! Ladies and gentlemen, Tardaria is your new national champions. What's up? Good afternoon. It's Tardaria time! Let's go! Hype me up! Hype me up! Let's go! Alright, that's enough. You awake yet? Woken up? Woken up yet? Certainly hope you have. Salutations, everybody. How's everybody's Saturday going? Hope I just made it a little bit better. I certainly am a little bit better after that one. The taste of victory. All right, well, let's see who we got in the comments first before we continue on. We're Super Nuclear, Yo Man Connor, Nick Fury, 55, Goob, Amada, Wolverine, T. Paulus, Andrew the Textbook, Mario and Sonic Films, Ramen, Slangs, somebody's slang, 0409, Tristan Pratt. Yeah, I'm glad to hear you guys are awake now. Welcome back. Hold on. Got to turn this on. There aren't many cool background effects in my room, but that's the only one I've got. But hope you guys are, like I said, having a great Saturday night. Yeah. Welcome back to another great episode of the Tardaria Dynasty. This is the second to last episode of this series that I'm doing until College Football 26 comes out. And the Tardaria series for that is going to start after the 2025 college football season. So, yeah, to say I am a little sad about that would be a little bit of an understatement. This has been a fun series, regardless of how many times I've crashed out over this game. I am going to miss all the fun we've had with EA College Football 2025. I think I might make a memoriam video featuring some of my beatdowns on users I've had, along with the Tardaria and the UTEP dynasties, because we've had a lot of fun with this game. It's definitely been a culture shock for a lot of reasons. The first one obviously being it's been such a long time since we had a new college football game. And regardless of all the bugs and errors and all the little weird mishaps, it's had a lot of fun memories. So I'm going to miss it once we get to College Football 26. But hey, nothing you can do about it other than move on. But yeah, Tardaria Dynasty coming to a official hiatus after not this episode, but the next one. So we're halfway through Season 6. Why don't I just show you? I'll show you everything we've done up to this point in case you missed last episode. So we've got through 7 games. We're 6-1. Unfortunately, the dream of being undefeated is dead. But it's not entirely a dead season, obviously. You know, we can make the playoffs, still win the national championship, all that stuff. It just means we can't go undefeated. But we could get revenge. The team that beat us, which just so happens to be a tank conference team, Syracuse, they only have 2 losses. And if they win out, they'll be in the playoffs along with us. So cross your fingers and hope for the best. The Tardaria defense after that game took a steady incline upwards somehow. To give you an idea, look at the schedule, and I'll show you guys just what I mean by that. But I'm a little surprised. So obviously you see all these first few games, just death. The defense was terrible. The offense wasn't much better, but we progressively got better. They only held Auburn to 7 points. SMU scored some garbage touchdowns. That's why they scored 28 points. And then Vandy, we absolutely smothered. In fact, we smothered them so bad that you may have noticed in the thumbnail, the quarterback you saw in the thumbnail was not actually our starting quarterback. Wasn't even our 3rd or our 4th string quarterback. It was, in fact, our punter. Yes, our punter. Sean Carter, who has arms that are made of literal skeleton. There's no skin to it. It's just the skeleton. And he made a beautiful bomb for a touchdown. So yes, we can say our punter officially has a touchdown for Tardaria. And it was like a 90-something yard touchdown too. So absolutely hilarious. But yeah, our stats offensively are out of the charts. And obviously that last game did a lot to help us. To give you guys a look at the Heisman list. Not so good, but a sophomore, for whatever reason, a sophomore 18 is our front runner for the Heisman. Not really sure why that's the case, but not much you can do about that. And the good news about that loss to Syracuse is that it wasn't a conference loss, so as long as we take care of business where we need to, we're going to be just fine and dandy. As you can tell, the team we play up next, the UTEP Miners, have not transitioned to the SEC so well, as they're currently last in the conference. So all we got to do is just take care of business, hope Texas, Tennessee, and Oklahoma drop a game, and we'll be set. So we'll see how that pans out. You probably aren't going to miss the defense. No, certainly not. You're paying for my ear repairs? Maybe. If I get the funds for it, I certainly will. The NCAA has no excuse now to vacate Michigan's 2023 national championship. Not only did they cheat to win, but one of their assistant coaches was a sick individual after the news today. I did hear about that. And it was alleged news, so it's kind of hard to go off of that unless it's fully confirmed that that's what happened. But if that is what went down, then oh boy. Oh boy. They're saying Harbaugh knew about it too. And you know, not that I'm defending it, because it was obviously a sick thing, but it's not necessarily illegal. So for anybody that thinks like Harbaugh is going to go to jail or anything like that, no, drop that idea. That's not happening. But it could well up being the very thing that vacates Michigan's title. But it could also be just completely made up fake news. So take from that what you will. Everybody, until it's fully clear and proven, at the end of the day, all it is speculation. So I'll be keeping track of that. You know, I could go on Twitter right now and say, what's something stupid I could say? Breaking news. Tim Banks caused 12 infants to fall off a 10-story building. And then there'll be one dumbass out there and be like, oh, damn. I guess we got to fire Tim Banks then. Anyway, on to more important things. Like the Tardaria Dynasty. Recruiting doesn't necessarily matter. I'm going to start out by saying that. I am, not on stream, but off stream, I am going to be going through this last recruiting class just to see how many we got and how many I need to add. At the end of this Dynasty, when we win the national championship, I'm going to have whoever's in the comment section just type out a list of names, just the first 20 so names I'll see. I'll add that to the list of players coming up, and then we'll see how that pans out. But, yeah, that's a long time from now. I think maybe we could get the jump on this guy. That'd be certainly nice. But proximity to home, that ain't so good. Was it playing style? At the end of the day, recruiting matters very little, at least here. But we'll stick with it and see what happens. We got a bunch of 5 stars, though, which is funny. This is obvious. I think this might be our best recruiting class thus far. Again, ironic considering that all of our recruiting classes before that, not so much. I think we're going to lose out on this guy. I can't see the NCAA vacating 2023. They don't have the power to. That is important. I'm pretty sure it's up to the jurisdiction of the Big Ten if they want to remove it. Because the Big Ten, the conference, I'd say arguably has more power in that situation than even the NCAA does. Which is why it's a useless organization, probably needs to go. If the NCAA can't even enforce the rules that they put upon, college football, then what are they even doing here, honestly? It just kind of seems like they're picking and choosing who to punish based on nothing but their own agenda. Yeah, but again, I'm right there with you. I don't think anything's going to happen to Michigan's national title. And if something does, it's going to be like LSU's national title, or not even their national title. Remember, LSU had all their wins from, I think, 2016 or 2018, something like that. A long time ago, they had their wins vacated from, I think it was 2016, because of something that Les Miles did while he was on campus, and they didn't recognize that and fully confirm it until years later. So, they're going to say this stuff. They're going to, file lawsuits. They're going to get an investigation going, but it's going to take years for anything to actually happen. Even if they have undeniable proof, they're not going to do anything until years down the line. So, and if they do find something, I guarantee you it won't have an immediate impact on Michigan other than they take their national title away. Which I'm sure would just be heartbreaking to Michigan fans. Before that national title, they shared theirs with Nebraska. So yeah, that'd be really rough. Penn State basically did the worst of the worst things imaginable, and they got a slap on the wrist. Yeah. Another reason why I don't expect anything to happen. If they had any interest in removing Michigan's stuff, I feel like they would have done so not even that much far after, everything came out about Connor Stallions. If that wasn't enough for them to do anything, then nothing else will. I mean, they did do something, but it wasn't even them. It was the Big Ten. The Big Ten did something. The Big Ten literally, what'd they do? Kick out Jim Harbaugh for a few games? Have him say, no, you can't join the team on the stadium until week 4. They're going to have to play these poverty nobodies by themselves without your help. And would it surprise you if I told you that they did just fine without the assistance of Jim Harbaugh on the field? I don't think it'd surprise you. Yeah, our class is welding out just fine. Even if we don't have that many guys, we don't even really need that many guys in general. We got 13. Yeah, we'll be just fine. The playoff committee has authority to take the natty, but I'm reading now. But what I'm reading now is that vacating will happen. I haven't heard anything about the vacating actually happening, because I feel like if it was going down, then it would have been much bigger news. The only reporting I've ever even seen on it has been from On3. So unless I actually see something from that, then, you know, I'm just going to take it with a grain of salt and then be like, oh, who cares? It's also stupid that they gave Reggie Bush his Heisman back, yet the 2004 title USC won the same year is still vacated. Did they remove both of them for the same reason? Because if they did, then yeah, that is stupid. But if there were alternating reasons as to why they removed both of them, then yeah, there you go. They'll have to find something else to prove that that natty was real or whatever. I just think the days of teams getting things like the death penalty are long gone. After SMU got it, we haven't seen anything like that, nor I think we ever will. This Squidtard Sports is smart. Hey, I do what I can. I'm not the smartest individual, but I do what I can. Alright. Well, enough stalling. Let's roll into the first game, shall we? I want to see if our defense actually exists now, or if it's just a fabrication and we got lucky. We're well above UTEP in terms of rankings. Actually, one thing I'd like to see is, I want to see where our stats stand midway through the season. Because I'm sure they're out of this world. Yeah, they're pretty good. I mean, they're pretty good. Nino Nakano, 2,500 yards passing. Tyler Huff got a few. He got a lot of experience in the Vandy game. Look, 5 touchdowns, no interceptions. Yeah, he got a lot of playing time. Rushing the ball, Balthazar Foxbottom's actually our starting running back, and he hasn't even really been doing that much. Nino's been doing a lot of running, but friggin' 5 fumbles, so that's just disturbing to look at. Let's see, our best receiver, Leroy Jenkins, with 1,000 total yards. That's pretty cool. Mario Pissman, 300 yards out of 7 receptions. That tells you everything you need to know about him. Sophomore 18 is leading with 15 touchdowns and 55 receptions. Stuart Little with 14 receptions. Antonio Brown with 3 touchdowns. Mario Pissman, 3 touchdowns. Bubble Screen's got 3 touchdowns. Yeah, everybody's getting a little something there. Tank Ward, yeah, he's got 1 reception. Ian Hyper, 1 reception. Dominic Testa, 1 reception. Yeah, everybody's getting a little bit of experience. Is this a Tennessee channel? Well, it's not anymore. It's not necessarily a Tennessee channel anymore. Used to be, because most of my content was specifically revolving around Tennessee, but that's not the case anymore. But I am a Tennessee fan, and yes, believe me, I'm upset we got killed by Ohio State too, because now I'm just realizing just how toxic and annoying that stupid fan base is. After all the Ohio State fans came to my channel and just started rampaging, and 42-17, or I've only been a handful of Ohio State fans that I actually respect at this point. Well, obviously, one of them's Red. Yeah, he's a good guy. Love his content. But yeah, no, whopping majority of the Ohio State fans I've had contact with have been in my chat saying, hey, remember 42-17? Yeah, they're saying it as if it happened like 20 years ago. SMH shaking my head. Look at this, though. Sonato Fanfiction leads Tardaria in defensive stats. That's pretty funny, since he literally sucked the past... Sonato Fanfiction has been here since Season 2, so good to see him actually get on the field for once. Play a game with all the uniform combinations. Oh, that's definitely coming up, don't you worry. Yeah, we don't kick the football often, as you can tell. 2 out of 3 on field goals. Sean Carter, lest we forget Sean Carter, he does have a passing touchdown, a 91-yard passing touchdown. Let that one sink in. If Ohio, oh, you're talking to Burks, but if Ohio State goes back-to-back and they finally beat Michigan this year, what would you do? Well, they're not doing that. I don't think they're going back-to-back, and I don't think they're... I mean, they could beat Michigan. Obviously, they could. There's some crazy and messed up, some of them, but some of them are great as well. That's it. That's every fan base, though. Every fan base has got some absolute whack jobs and degenerates of society. But, you know, they have some good ones, too. All right, here's a combination I wanted to try. I think we did do the green last time. Here. Might as well. We have yet to do this one, actually. Yeah, on the next installation of the Tardaria Dynasty, we are definitely getting more away uniforms. So that way this doesn't look near as bad, or near as unsightly to look at. But who cares? It's Tardaria. Nobody cares. It's fun. That's what counts at the end of the day. People generally like A&M fans, but that's because we're dead inside. Yeah, wait until y'all start winning a bunch of games. That's what I'm saying. There's no way to tell what your fan base is really like until you start winning a bunch of football games. If A&M comes into this season and they go to the playoffs, you're going to find out a lot about what your fan base is really like. Oh yeah, this is kind of funny. I didn't even recognize that, but I'm glad you picked it out. Yeah, I just realized this stadium, UTEP Stadium, is pretty much just a reskin of Tardaria Stadium, or the other way around. But who cares? Tardaria is the real UTEP Stadium at the end of the day. You know, this combination doesn't even look that half bad. It looks way worse up close. That Kent State video was great, although I do feel very bad for people who are somehow Kent State fans. I have yet to meet one, but I keep getting surprised by who's actually a fan of which team. So I'm willing to bet there are Kent State fans out there, and I'm sure one of them has seen my video. I bet you they aren't happy about it, but that's the way it goes at the end of the day. That was a bad throw. Uh-oh. Shut me down right there. We're good, though. 56 days until the chaos begins again. Oh, boy. That's going to be fun. We get to start out with week 0 again. And we get, I think it's Iowa State and Kansas State are starting out the season. As compared to last year, it was Florida State and Georgia Tech. We get to have that again. Oh, this is, yeah, no doubt. Boop. Touchdown! There's your first one of the day. Play our victory theme. I'll tell you guys about some things you'll see once we get to the College Football 26 version of this. You're definitely going to see more uniform combinations. You will see a brand new stadium, a much bigger stadium, now that we have the upgrades. Yeah, and we'll definitely have better athletic facilities, because apparently that's the only thing we're lacking at Tardaria. Every other thing is like at least a B+ to an A+, but then when you go to our athletic facilities and ooh, D+, woo! I'd say the stupidest fan base I've ever interacted with are actually Utah fans. Oh, they were loud. Back when Utah was in the Pac-12, yeah, they were damn well loud because, yeah, they dominated the Pac-12 basically. They didn't really even dominate it. They just come out of the woodwork for no reason whatsoever and win it. Boom! Starting out big right there, Justin Timberhate with a sack. I like that. We got some beasts on the D-line, I'll say that much. Boom! There you go. Defensive stop to start out the game. And we all say, I don't know. I'm just as surprised as you are. Did you see that you were on Bordeaux's video? Me? Really? No way. You're trolling. I don't believe you. All right, we're going to let Leroy Jenkins do a funny again. This ain't going to go over well. Well defended. Can't complain about that. One of your questions were asked. Which one? There you go, sophomore. If we hypothetically 3P, I believe we would be greater than the Alabama Dynasty. Oh, yeah, no doubt. Would we be? But the real question is, would we be better than the Minnesota Dynasty? Oh, look at Nino. Look at Nino go. Down at the 1. Let's go, Nino.
This guy just gives you nightmares. I mean, he's just got so much electricity. He just pulls it down and chews up.
And let's get us another score on the board. Touchdown, Tardaria. I want Stanford to be good again. Oh, that's what. It's going to be a while, but I wouldn't mind that too. Again, what I think is going to happen with Stanford is I feel like Frank Reich being the interim. I've been saying this ever since Troy Taylor got fired. They're setting up for Andrew Luck to become the next head coach. That's what I think is getting ready to happen to Stanford. He's a football guy. He's wanted to coach. It's going to happen. It's just a matter of when, which I think it's going to be after Frank this year. Go down! All right, well, at least we got him to throw the ball away.
Kevin, thanks a lot for that one. Sounds as if they had a good one there. Offense and an empty set. And back to the air.
There's your sack. Let's go. John stopped the run. Holy crap, this defense is really good. Okay. I've gotten trolled like this before, so just send everybody back. See what I mean? Look. If I didn't run back there, that would have been a touchdown. But instead, it's another sack and another defensive stand.
How'd he do it? Impossible!
Do you think Quinn Ewers will be an actual solid quarterback once he starts? It's really rare for me to predict who's going to be a really good quarterback in the NFL in their first year. I do think Quinn Ewers has the potential to adjust into a pretty good quarterback one day, but not in his first year, no. The best quarterbacks in terms of rookies are the ones that are mobile. That's what I think, at least. There are exceptions to the rule, of course, but predicting that is almost impossible. You're better off predicting where the needle is in the haystack. Nino got it. Now hit the gritty on him, Nino. I think it's the uniform combo. I don't know about you guys, but I think it's the uniform combination. This a whooping. Not only that, but two 3-and-outs for the Tardaria defense. Not just defensive stands, but 2 3-and-outs. Before anybody says, "Oh, it's 2-6 UTEP," lest we not forget that 1-7 group of 5 teams would score on play number 1 on most occasions. Bam.
Really disciplined job by the coverage unit to get down there and make the stop at the 19. UTEP has the ball and the minor offense ready to go to work. To say this has been a slow start is a bit of an understatement, and they really need to get it going.
Oh, what a drop. Let's go.
They're firing on all cylinders right out of the gate. Offensively for this unit, they've been slow.
They look like late 2010s Oregon uniforms. Well, they definitely have the colors, I'll say that much.
The first quarter, so it's not the end of the world. You've seen slow starts, but you got to
Yeah.
continue to pick.
Tardaria is basically, our uni combo is basically just an amalgamation of colors.
Well, they're trying to attack the middle of the field. That time the ball a little
Wait.
too high for his
We got 2 3-and-outs in a row. Can we go for 3?
Move the chains here. Maybe they can get this drive started.
Come here, boy! And yes, we will.
How'd he do it? Impossible!
That is impossible. I don't remember that ever happening before. Where Tardaria got 3 straight 3-and-outs. That's never happened before.
Makes a move. Oh, what a move. He was working his way on the return toward midfield. They'll stop him at the 46. Offense getting set for first down.
I think UTEP might get boosted at this rate. I don't know. I feel like, yeah. I almost feel like the rubber banding is eventually going to spike at some point.
Hey, how about it? How about the old toss play, right? QB catches the ball, tosses it to the running back. Listen, it's got to be thrown out.
They can't let me get away with this forever.
And then offensive line has to do a
Oh, you got to catch that. Come on, Leroy. You got to catch that.
ton back in the day. Just don't see much of it.
This is supposed to be Tardaria University. We are the definition of success, and you drop it?
They're bringing heat.
Well, that's a bummer.
And the defense
Well,
all over the quarterback. And
I trust our defense.
This defense
So,
needed something.
yeah, you bet your booty I'm going for it.
Get to the quarterback, get him on the ground. This could start some momentum going back the other direction.
Da-da-da-da, get there. Bam. We don't punt here.
but not before they do their
Punting's for pansy asses
down. All wide
and
out
smart people.
Now the quarterback changing the original play call. To the air on first down. Feeling some heat.
No love there.
He's going to run it. And the defense holds firm. No pickup at all on that play. As they get
Yeah, UTEP needs to do like Vandy and just get to the schools. Otherwise, yeah, they might get booted out of the conference at this rate. Here goes a sophomore 18. Can he go all the way? Not quite. 3 yards short.
play on that one as he gets the first down before he steps out of bounds. They'd love to start this quarter off with a touchdown right here. Pushes ahead.
Whee!
And he'll take
There's
it
you another.
touchdown.
God save the Queen!
That's now 2 on the game. This offense thought they could come into this one running the ball, being the more physical team. They look like it right now.
And the extra point makes it 28-0.
Yeah, this is a whooping right now. That's all I know.
For the touchdown.
Should have added Clemson instead. But then think about what that would have done to Tank Conference.
This one away.
They would have been fully dead at that rate. Picture the ACC, but without Clemson's influence. They're dead. By that rate, we'd only have 3 power conferences left.
Their drive chart is starting to look a little monotonous. Punt, 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 David.
And their defense is starting to get a little frustrated.
Nope, dropped it.
Just keep putting me back on the field.
I think we'll hit a record if we somehow manage to get 4 3-and-outs in a row. I think we've already hit it, but this will confirm it.
Right now, he's been playing so much. He's not used to this. This offense, they just got to stay on the field. They got to put it dry.
Well, oh, okay, never mind. Thanks, refs. Thanks, refs. That was a horrible spot. Holy hell. Street dies at 3 because of ref ball.
Can do some damage after the catch, and most of
Well, I don't know. He's a little 2 yards short, but we'll just go ahead and count it a first down anyway for funsies.
Caught behind the line. It's high. And they'll pick up the first down and mark it at the 47.
nice job by the running back catching the football and understanding where the
Did you see Texas State's going to the state conference? The state conference.
nice job of.
I did see they're going to Pac-12. Oh, I see what you mean, because more than like half the teams in there are state, yeah.
It's on target and
Good for them.
they make the stop at this.
You may think it's a, you know,
They move the sticks with the
like a linear run there, but I think it's a jump for them.
downs. Going up top on first down.
Uh-oh.
And a big
This is what we call rubber banding, everyone.
getting the first down.
I've read this story before.
It's starting to shake the cobwebs and get things moving. It's 1st and 10. From the gun, running back on the move.
Well, at least somebody got him. I was going to say, we're not going to be able to shut him down every single drive, but the fact that we shut him down 3 drives in a row is already a huge improvement.
They'll go to the ground.
Uh-oh.
He rolls all the way down to the 5-yard line before they finally get him stopped.
Man, who said you
I don't know how nobody was able to get him there. Their line is getting absolutely brutalized.
way out to the left, way out?
Who is Tennessee's starting quarterback this year? I would assume it's Aguilar. Not saying it's for certain, but I would assume that's the case.
Down the field, making a
I mean, we still, from what we know, we have no clue. We still have all of summer and fall practice to get through, so it's not guaranteed that Aguilar is going to get the start. But I would be willing to bet that that is the case. It could be just a depth thing at the end of the day, but who knows?
His way into the end zone. Ready to try the point after. Precision
I think it'll either be him or George McIntyre, but I think
followed it beautifully.
Heupel has already proven that he loves the veteran quarterbacks and values your seniority over, how much talent is on the field. Which, to be honest, over the past few years, there hasn't been a lot of QB talent that we've seen at least. There's been flashes of glory, but it's been few and far between.
They'll start this drive with a pass.
Take off.
He'll pull it down. At the 35.
Nino is incredibly fast, by the way.
Out of there and get some yardage and get
69 yards. Nice.
Open the drive with a chunk play out past the 40, and they are in business on 1st down. He wants to throw.
And goodbye.
Wide open, he makes the catch.
Is that Leroy Jenkins again? Yes, it is. Do they still have alcohol to minors? No. No, I don't believe they do that. That's something you'll have to ask to UTEP. Because there are way more minors at UTEP Stadium than there are anywhere else.
And the extra point sails through, and they
There you go.
35,
35-7.
almost ready to kick it away after scoring the touchdown.
We get a defensive step here and go up 42-7. We can just go ahead and let the backups do some work.
He'll return it.
Ah, poo.
There's a decision
Well,
he will like
it's a good stand right there.
the end zone, and
Now we need to do something funny and get a safety.
UTEP has the ball and the minor offense ready to go to work.
I'm not going to lie, Joe Milton can be a really good quarterback in the NFL. I always thought that. And I thought that for the longest time. He has the perfect intangibles for an NFL quarterback. The only problem is, who's going to get that out of him? If Josh Heupel couldn't do that, what coach is going to be able to do that? And do you guys really think that the Patriots are going to be able to do that? If you do, then so be it. I'm not so sure. I don't know. It's either you have more faith in Milton, or you have more faith in Heupel. It's a tough choice to make, even for me. Tennessee beat Texas. Yeah, I saw that. Good for them. I don't know if we played them this year. I kind of forgot, but good for them, and good for us too. Takes one of the undefeated conference teams out of our way. Now all we got to do is take care of business, and so far we appear to be doing so.
Yeah, one at a time. Like, we gotta start today.
Oh, he's on. That's right. He's on the Cowboys now. Well, isn't that just a worse situation?
Build some momentum throughout
Seems like you're worse off.
start we want.
Wow. pfft. What are they doing play action? You bumbling idiots, and then you don't even go for it on 4th and inches.
Do it! Impossible!
No wonder you're 2-6. See, if I were still running UTEP, we would have totally gone for it in that situation.
And the return
I wouldn't have ever turned that though. Yikes.
As we reach the 2-minute warning, they'll need to try to get a stop to keep this thing from getting out of hand.
Maybe.
They'll come out on this drive and let it
Oh, there's a funny waiting here. Leroy Jenkins, catch, go, beat out this guy. He is, yes, Leroy Jenkins. This is an absolute booty whooping now. 5 receptions, 219 receiving yards, and 3 touchdowns. They make it all too easy for me. Not controls. We'll let the backups have a little bit of playing time.
Let's go to the studio now and check in with Kevin Connors. Kevin, what do you got?
Fellas, I think at least a portion of your audience will have an interest in the one that just finished up.
Yeah, no, if I was UTEP right now, I'd just straight up turn the Xbox off.
The challenge that always comes with playing away from Lubbock, and the Red Raiders came away with the win. It
Look, there's Homer Simpson the second. Let's see what he can do. There you go. Look at the backups getting in some reps. Tardaria's got the 2 leading receivers in the nation, by the way. A sophomore 18 and Leroy Jenkins.
They had a good one there. He'll try it again on 2nd and 10. Just
Got to take the screen. Good work, good work.
and he goes out of bounds after a nice pickup.
All the time that the tight end's the QB's best friend. You saw a perfect example of it on that last play, right?
Oh yeah, the Squidtards are doing work right now.
Yards to keep this 3rd down manageable. Really nice job of executing there.
He lofted high and deep down the left side.
Oh my goodness. See, now that's just Mouse. That is so Mickey Mouse. How? How did, what? It is just a desperation heave, and it resulted in something completely Mickey Mouse.
They'll throw it on 1st down. He makes it.
Oh, for crap. Now, yeah, see, now they're just catching everything. Now they have suddenly switched. Here we go. I told you guys it was coming. This is what we call rubber banding, where they just do the most unbelievable bullshit imaginable.
Chance to answer. He's got it. That
Good afternoon, Matty Sims.
guy before in the offense.
We need to wake up now.
We got a timeout here late in the 1st half, and they'll try to get more points on the board before the break. On 2nd down, looking
Y'all can feel special. The backup's getting a touchdown on the board. Blah blah blah.
Man, nice job getting the passing game going. This is big, man. Going to the half. And listen,
Yeah, it'll kick in random intervals like that, where they just do the most ungodliest set of BS imaginable, and then they score. Like at that point, you're not stopping them. Like it is that the game is written that they must score. The script calls for it.
line gets set, 1st down. Looking to move it.
And they're blitzing everybody, so naturally we take it to a sophomore 18, and he's gone. Good night.
Off to the races to the right.
I don't know what else you wanted me to do there. Didn't make it too easy. I should have just played the anthem before we even scored.
saying top 10 offense in scoring, so they better be able to create what? Explosive plays. Another explosive.
Too bad, no 42-17. Womp womp.
Defenses just can't contain this offense.
So they got the touchdown, now going to put it in the hands of their defense to finish off this half. Bringing it out.
Every UTEP receiver turning into 2020 Devontae Smith. Yeah, no, they will catch the most asinine shit. For no reason. They'll literally just catch the most craziest catches you've ever seen in your life. Friggin' Odell catches. For no reason.
How much confidence they have in this quarterback and his
That wasn't Odell. That was just a drag route.
reception at this point.
That was called my defense can't keep up and we need to get back to zone. Otherwise, we're going to just keep giving up touchdowns. They actually did get the snap off, and it's incomplete. Imagine taking a drag route in the final play of the half, and then that's what you do.
Here, time to go to Kevin Connors in our half.
Anthony with the motivation for UTEP. They're down 49-14, and here comes Anthony with UTEP could still come back. Hey, I don't know. Look, Tardaria defense has done crazier shit. It wouldn't surprise me one bit if we find ourselves down 52-49, like a certain other team I can think of.
Ready to go to work. Nothing went right in that 1st half in the 1st order of business.
Yeah, now our backups are in.
Not to be embarrassed any further.
So
Comeback is possible.
if we absolutely need to, we'll bring back in our starters so that we can just mutilate them. And remember, that's all. This is all based on if they can actually stop our offense, and so far they're 0 for 7 on that.
Your possessions, you're only going to get so many.
What's up, Molnar?
You've got to score on every single one of them. Offense, defense, special teams.
Yeah, see,
Fans are mine, but they have to believe.
we got fat boys on the defense, and for whatever reason, these small-ass little UTEP running backs are able to break through them. like they're running through a set of bricks.
And Jesse, it looks like they're going to start.
UTEP better not pull a Syracuse. Yeah, well, the difference is we weren't up 49-14 on Syracuse.
Physical unit here in the second.
And we also didn't do that. What a forced fumble right there. Go, go, go. Yes! Scoop and score! The dream is real. Tatsumo Bunsman takes it back all the way. Beautiful.
It's so hard defensively trying to jump on it and make sure I can, or do I scoop it up?
You believe in UTEP? You want to go ahead and try that again? Yeah, who forced that fumble though? That was an incredible play. Let's get the cameras on this one. We need to catch this in 4K. That's our boy Double D's coming in. Get out of here, dummy. And then Mr. Tatsumo Bunsman takes it all the way back, outruns all these bums. Beautiful. I don't know what we'll do for the final thumbnail, but this could be a finalist for that award. Let's get this in the 4K, shall we? Beautiful. This is the moments in time that I truly aspire to be. This is the moments in life that make me very, very happy. Put a big old smile on my face, if you could say so. All right, then, enough of that. Let's get back to work, shall we? We've still got some more whooping to do. Hey, buddy, I just found your channel earlier today. I was recommended the Kent State videos. Solid work. Appreciate it. Hey, look, another Ohio State fan. That's a good individual. Cheers to you, my man. We were talking about that earlier. I was talking about how a lot of Ohio State fans have been extremely toxic on this channel lately. See, we found an exception. Thank you. Thank you. Cheers to you, good friend.
And it'll come out to the 25. No attempt at a return.
Yeah, you know, it's bad enough that UTEP can't score on the Tardaria defense. It's a whole worse situation when said defense is now scoring on you.
He's gonna pass. Quickly out to the
I guess, and then we do that.
and he almost ran
But not to mention that was the backup defense scoring.
pick up on that play.
I think that's like we don't have a lot of defensive touchdowns. I think that's like our third or fourth that we've had. I know one of them. No, I don't even think Quandale Dingle got. No, Quandale Dingle didn't get one. So I think this was our like third. It's funny. We need to get back to work though, because now they're starting to go down the field on us.
They'll ride the running back and leave it with him.
I stayed middle just in case it was a fake, and I've kind of figured that was what it was going to be. Guess I was wrong though.
The run game just has not been working for this offense all
In
game.
Soviet Tardaria, you don't score on defense. Defense score on you.
Front on the offensive line, they haven't been physical.
Oh, dude, you got to pick that off, Double D's. Oh well, I can't ask for much more of you. You did literally just make a scoop and score happen. So, yeah, I won't complain. Put in Bob Phillywingle. If we ever get back on offense, I will.
Second down, now staring at a 3rd and 9.
More fans equals more a-holes. Unfortunately, ain't that the truth?
Getting some heat.
Nope.
Chucked it away.
Defensive line got to you before you could do anything. All right, before I forget. I'm pretty sure it's Tyler Huff that's in. Did he even? Yeah, he did. He threw a touchdown. All right, we'll put Phillywingle in. We're not doing the whole hokey pokey though, so we're not going. I'm not going to get to a point where I put back in the punter, but we will let Bob Phillywingle get back on the field. He earned it. He earned it. He's been with us since season 2. He's earned it.
Punt goes out of bounds, and a really nice job as they stay.
Nothing's funnier than Kent State down by 65 points in the first half. Yet, kudos to Tennessee for that one. That was both a detriment and it wasn't even that good of a thing for us. It was just one of those things that happened. but all the analysts saw that and they were like, "Oh damn, they put up 70 points on Kent State. Number 1 offense in the country right there. Oh, how they were fooled.
So much versatility.
We were all fooled, though. It wasn't just them. It was me, too.
Release and come out. But either way, the quarterback's patient most of the time. That drag route's going to come.
I'm pretty sure Miku is red-shirted, so I can't put in Miku, unfortunately. Ooh, wee you. I can do that, though. Goodbye.
He holds it in and nobody's close.
Goodbye. There's you another.
Snatched it right out of the air and waltzed his way into the end zone for the touchdown.
You don't think any other fan base pisses you off more than your own? Yeah, I think that goes for a lot of people. In fact, I think you're preaching to the choir right there. A lot of Tennessee fans on Twitter that I have muted right now. Because they say some stupid shit. I've seen, the ones I have muted, though, are like the Tennessee fans that go out of their way just to be complete degenerate piles of garbage to people. Anybody that makes fun of an injury or says, I'm glad this terrible thing happened to one of your players. Anybody that thinks that that's okay to say, big no-no in my book, you're done. Get out. Man, wake up, y'all. Come on now. Chat, who is the under for radar toxic fan base? Under the radar toxic fan base in your eyes? Ooh, under the radar toxic fan base. Miami's probably not an option. They're not really under the radar, so. And Nebraska isn't either. Neither is Texas. Those 3 fan bases have been some of the saltiest fans over the course of this offseason. Ever since I released those videos, those hit pieces on them, holy hell. They've been so butthurt about it. The Tennessee fans, when I trashed on them, were well more behaved. Now, then again, I am a Tennessee fan, so they're, you know, take from that what you will. But even like like Auburn fans have been cool. When I made the Gus Malzahn video and I trashed all over Auburn, I mean, a lot of fan bases have been sort of chill, but them, Nebraska, Texas, Miami, they've been the saltiest. So if I'd have to really think about the most annoying under the radar.
The Miners get enough for the first down.
And I don't care if I get it by 2, by 20, by 30, by 40. I just want
And rivals, I guess, don't count either, because another one I would pick out of that list is Kentucky.
sexy, but I got to make sure I get to that stick.
Kentucky fans are extremely toxic too.
Run him until they stop him. He's got it again. He bullies his way all the way down to the 5-yard line.
And this is based on experience, so you kind of have to take this with a grain of salt, but NC State fans are pretty toxic over this past year. They still are. They're one of the fan bases in question that's been going after, you know, injuries and saying, I'm glad your guy got injured or whatever. Yeah, they're one of the fan bases that's responsible for that. Now, a lot of fan bases do that.
And they did tack on the extra point.
But since NC State just sucks so bad, they've got nothing else to say. So that naturally leads to stuff like that. Yeah, but this is a whooping, though. Oh, is this going to be... Oh, boy. This could be a kick return. A sophomore 18 can literally just do it all. He can literally just do it all. Kick return for a touchdown. I think that might be our second one of the entire dynasty. So, yeah, this is a whooping right now. This is a whooping. 70-21. Kentucky, Mississippi State going to compete for worst team in the SEC? Yeah, no doubt. It's going to be one of them. And there are a couple of coaches on my mind which I don't think last past this season. Mark Stoops is one of them. I think he's gone after this year. People are going to say, well, this is the, you know, Mark Stoops has given Kentucky some of the best seasons they've ever had. The last successful season that they actually did have was all the way back in 2021 when they won 10 games. Now they are an absolute dumpster fire. In order for Mark Stoops, I think, to be in a good position, they're gonna have to have a good year. And not even necessarily have a good year. They just need to have a year, a successful year. one where it feels like they can come back and they can steadily improve, but that just doesn't seem like that's happening. They do the same thing every single year. It's nothing different. There's no new philosophy that Mark Stoops has planned. It's the same thing every single season with him. He picks up a fifth-year transfer quarterback, doesn't really give him any weapons to work with, and then the next thing that happens is they fall off and die because their offense can't get any productivity going. It happens every single year. They're going to need a win that saves his job, and even I don't think Tennessee, the savior of jobs, is going to be enough to help them. They're going to have to beat Tennessee. It's gonna have to be we come back to save another person's job type of ordeal, and I just don't think that's the worst team for that to be the case with, because Kentucky can't beat Tennessee to save their lives. Guys, wake up! Again, I know it's the backups, but holy hell. They're starting to irritate me now. They're about to score their 4th touchdown of the day. I don't know why they're trying so hard. They're dead. It's over. Blah, blah, blah. Whatever. Hot take: if New Year's 6 gets extended, they need to add the Pop-Tart and Duke's Mayo Bowl. Well, hence the name New Year's 6. That's why it can't expand. But if we were to ever have some big-time bowl games, basically, replace things like the Citrus Bowl, then yeah, Pop-Tart Bowl would be my #1 choice, because the Pop-Tart Bowl has more passion than most of the other bowl games I've seen. I think a close one, though, was when they dropped the Snoop Dogg Bowl. That was hilarious. I love that. So they need to keep the Snoop Dogg Bowl around. I'm telling you, UTEP is coming back. Yeah, rubber banding. They're trying real hard. They're trying real hard to keep him in the game. Is that Ash Ketchum I see on the field? It is. It is. We need to give him a catch, and he's gonna catch it. Can he go? Look at him go! Ash Ketchum all the way down to the 40. His first career reception was a huge one. Love it. I love seeing the backups getting some good reps in. Here's Lick Me Perchina. We're going to go ahead and let him get one, or at least try to. This is not going to bode over well, I don't think. Hey, that's PI. That's Mickey Mouse. That's a pass interference right there. You threw him down on the ground right as he was about to catch it. That's messed up.
Still taking shots in the 4th quarter. There is no let-up.
This will probably be the final play. Stuart Little can't go. Okay, never mind. It's not the final play. Oh, there's different leagues. Let's get different leagues a touchdown. Why don't we? Different leagues. All right, different leagues. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Different leagues. Yes.
Might as well be in different leagues, not conferences, different leagues. Might as well be in different leagues, not conferences, different leagues. Might as well be in different leagues, not conferences, different leagues.
Drink to that one. Oh yeah, no, we might run out of touchdown fireworks on the road at this rate. Oh, we're back on offense. All right, we need to get another one in. All right, Ash, this is gonna be you, buddy. This is gonna be you. Tyler Huff to Ash Ketchum. I can already feel it. He's open. Look at him go. He's all open. Touchdown again. Let's go. They can't handle it. They can't handle us. By the way, in case you're wondering why Ash Ketchum has 2 M's, apparently Ketchum is a curse word according to EA. Yes, you heard that correctly. Ash Ketchum, his last name is a curse word according to EA, so I had to add an extra M onto that. Yeah. I wish I could tell you why, but I don't know why. Anyway, we're done here. Yeah, whatever. You score your Mickey Mouse touchdown. That's ball game, baby. 84-35. We are on fire. I don't, you know, look, I don't give Eli Drinkwitz, I don't give him credit for many things, but I'll give him credit for this. One of his best quotes in my mind was when he was talking about Tennessee putting up 60-something points on him, and rather than being like, Quaswish, you're being Quaswish, he didn't do the Quawish thing. Instead, he said, if you want to stop them, stop them. Ding, ding, dong, ding, 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 ding. There you go. That's how you do it. If you want to stop them, stop them. 600 total yards of, or no, 678 total yards of offense. 591 passing yards. Yeah. Absolute whooping. Not you, though. Ew. 57% completion percentage. Yeah. Nino, 9 of 12. 3 touchdowns. Tyler Huff, 4 of 5. 2 touchdowns. Bob Phillywinkle, 3 of 3 for 90 yards. 1 touchdown. And everybody got a little bit of some. Different leagues. Look at him getting a touchdown. Nino, 69 rushing yards. A sophomore, 18, 229 yards. Leroy Jenkins, 219 yards. Yeah, see, top leading receivers in the nation for a reason. One of these guys is probably going to win us a Heisman Trophy. It's a shame it's not going to be Nino, but what can you do? 84-35, though, absolute ass whooping. Is Antonio Brown playing? Yes, he is. He's had a few touchdowns, too. He didn't get one in that game, though. He did get some during the Vandy game, though. Is a pejorative for absolutely shitting yourself on the biggest stage repeatedly? Damn. You're telling me his last name is Ash Organ? Squid, how do you feel about Diego Pavia running his mouth about Alabama, Tennessee, and the Big Ten? Yeah, it's going to come back to bite him, I think. Look, I don't use this word often, but somebody mentioned it to me previously. Vandy's previous season was a, quote, fluke in a lot of people's eyes. And while I don't think it's fully a fluke and it just happened based on Mickey Mouse, it's not like that's a proven that that's going to happen again. I think his running his mouth... he has to realize he's the bottom of the conference. He's the underdog, and instead of trying to lie in that system and stay, oh, we love the underdog energy, no, what he's doing is now he's acting like he's better than everybody else, and it's going to come back to bite him. Almost as bad as when that one receiver for Vandy said, Alabama, you're next. Alabama, you're next, and then they lose 56-0. He has to forget, he's not going to have them at home. Tennessee's not playing at Bama, or Tennessee's not playing at Vandy. Bama's not playing at Vandy. He's having to play these teams on the road. And I feel like eventually he's going to mouth off to Virginia Tech, and then Virginia Tech's going to have a few things to say to him as well. If he keeps running his mouth like he is, the end result won't be the best. So he needs to hush before bad things happen. And obviously, it's not like a threat or anything, I'm not threatening him. And that's going to get taken out of context. Like, oh, Squidtard threatening him. No, I'm not. He's threatening himself by saying the dumb shit he's saying about these other teams. And those teams are going to punish him for it. I mean, the guy wasn't wrong. Vandy's 6-6 year was a fluke. They will return to the norm next year. That'd be funny, though. That'd be really, really funny. Don't forget, we talk to Jared all the time. Jared Rifkin, he's our Vanderbilt buddy, our well-known Vanderbilt buddy from this community, and he's on the train that Vandy is not only going to win 6 games, but it might win more than 6 games, like 8 games, up to maybe 10. Which is funny because Vanderbilt's the only Power 5 or Power 4 program now, the only Power 4 program in the history of history that has never won 10 games. Never. Not once in the entire lifetime of Vanderbilt have they ever won 10 games. They used to be in a group because Vandy used to have Indiana and Iowa State in that margin too. Guess what? Both of them won 10 games as well. So now Vandy's all alone in the less than 10 wins ever department. Good luck getting out of that is all I can tell you. You don't have the luxury of a doo-doo schedule like Indiana did. You don't have that luxury. If you were going to want to get there, you're going to have to earn it. And yeah, Thomas Castellanos is a dumb head too. running his mouth about Alabama the same way they are. And I feel like all this is going to do is it's perfectly setting up as rat poison that Alabama is going to absolutely chew on. Because I'm of the belief that Alabama is going to be really good this year. Kalen DeBoer is a winning coach. He's won everywhere he's been. Last year, he had to adjust to a completely brand new system with brand new players, and Jalen Milroe on top of that. It was never going to go his way, and I believe that. I never thought it was going to go his way in year one. Year two, though, things are going to be different. I think Kalen DeBoer is going to have Alabama set up in a really, really good position. How good, you may ask? I have no clue, but it'll be good. Tardaria is done playing the cupcake teams. Now maybe, so maybe Tardaria's defense will go back to being terrible. Wouldn't surprise me in the slightest. That's all I can really say. Maybe they come out, and as long as we get some stops, we'll be good and set. Like, you know, we beat those cupcake teams by 100 touchdowns. And then, the defense didn't start struggling until we slid in our backups, and then they started to get on the struggle bus. So naturally, I think they'll do just fine. Lenore Sellers is the smartest quarterback to talk about Alabama this offseason. He was complimentary, so he wasn't creating bulletin board material. Yeah. And that's all that is. That's all you're doing is you're creating material for them to basically snack on the entire offseason. They're going to be thinking about you the entire offseason. And while that could be detrimental in some cases, such as Ohio State with Michigan, it's not going to be with Bama. Nothing more poverty than Austin PP. Yeah, there are not many things more poverty than that. But they have the excuse of being FCS, unlike Kent State. So here's your projected playoffs, by the way. They're projecting Oklahoma to win the SEC, which I do think is funny. They've got A&M up at number 5. They're going to be playing Oregon, Minnesota versus Baylor, Purdue versus Tardaria, and then Penn State versus Tennessee. They've also got USC, SMU, and East Carolina with byes. So there you go. There's that for you. All right. Well, let's get back into it, shall we? Real quick, I need to check. Do we have any of the big name teams playing each other? That is important to know. Virginia Tech versus SMU, Minnesota, Ohio State. Yeah, it doesn't matter. Now, we could potentially go up to number 2, because if Ohio State does what they should and beat Minnesota for whatever reason. Minnesota. Well, what are they doing there? Number 2 in the nation. We also need Oklahoma to lose. Then after that, we will be sitting pretty at number 1 more than likely. I'd like for that to be the case. All right, let's get into it, shall we? How many more... Wait, this is important too. How many more home games do we have? I know I've said let's get into it a bunch of times, but this is the last time, I swear. All right, depth chart. Wait, no, that doesn't matter. What am I doing? Squidtard's brain is running on autopilot. Here we go. All right, so how many more games do we have? Home games specifically. So we got Texas at home, Tennessee on the road, and then we got our last 2 games at home. So I think I'm trying to think about how to do the uni combos. I think we'll just run everything normally. We'll do our we'll do our stupid uniforms against Pig Time. And then we'll wear our traditional away uniforms at Tennessee, Texas. I'm thinking we're going to go with the all orange, and then A&M will run the traditionals as our last home game up until next year. All right, let's get into it, shall we? For real this time. We have a very bad record in our Supreme Oranges, though. We tend to lose a lot of games with these uniforms, so I'm hoping we can undo that by actually going and winning this game. So let's hope for the best. I was really hoping that we go to the situation where Texas won the SEC, Oregon won the Big Ten, Arizona State, Big 12, SMU, ACC. So all newcomers for troll purposes. That would have been pretty funny. I would agree. And it's funny because it literally almost turned out that way. Then SMU blew it against Clemson. But I think that's a more fitting scenario because if you think about it, again, Clemson is quite literally the lifeblood of the conference. So that pans out pretty well.
The Longhorns offense begins backed up here thanks to that poor return. And here comes
Dion Yeast. That's a name right there. Is that the guy? That's the guy that's going to be torching us? Good to know. Does horns down scare you? A little spooky. Ooh. I bet it's real scary for them, though. They might cry. Oh, yeah. Pfft. Get down. Let's go, Sonato fanfiction. Way to come in through the clutch right there. Oh, they're way back. They're way back. I want to see if they're ballsy enough to actually throw. And they are. They are. We're bringing the pressure. It's a screen, and he's going to get a lot of yards out of it. Crap. How many yards? 11. Glad we got the sack. Good grief. Yeah, Dion Yeast. What a player, huh?
to this noise here. This is going to be tough for the visitors today. Makes a quick catch. One down at the 28.
Stupid drag route.
First down.
Well, it's third down. The defense knows he's going to get
I thought you'd been Sonato fanfiction. I guess I did, and then he came back.
able to pick up another first down for this offense.
Let's be honest. We lost to Syracuse for a lot more reasons other than him.
Stopped right there at the line. No gain.
Never would have been in that position had it not been for YBG Dawn. So technically more blame should be on him.
Freeing those linebackers up to be able to make the play. Just a bad play all around for this offense.
Looking to pass here on second down.
Our D lineman fell on the floor. Bubble screen! Bubble screen! Bubble screen! Bubble screen! That's still our offense, by the way. That's never gone away.
There you have to expect to see the ball come loose, but a great job to hang on to.
That's go up shitto. Come on, guys.
Tight end would be able to come up with that catch, but the defense showing how physical
Again, death by drag routes.
lower the boom.
The Longhorns pick up first down yardage to keep the drive going. From the shotgun, handoff inside.
Okay, guys. Hey, y'all tackle when you feel like it.
Hit at the end, but they earn a fresh set
Looks like Super Nuclear's last
set on first and 10.
suggestion might be coming to light. Boy, because they have. Yeah, we are performing the best. I'll say that much. That was a good play, though.
They'll stop him.
The problem is we've got 2 more plays to go through.
Second down play. Coming
That is if they don't let him convert. You think Tardaria is hypothetically 32-0 against NFL opponents? No, 100-0. In fact, we've already won the Super Bowl. There we go.
wide open. Forgot about him downfield. Touchdown, Texas.
So was that Sonato? Because I think that it might be time for him to hit the retirement if that's what happened. Yep, it was. But he got cooked. Oh my lord. Oh my lord. Oh my lord. No. Why are you still following him? What are you doing? Yep. I give you any sort of credit for anything, and that's what you follow it up with. Yeah, you've seen enough. You've seen enough for a year. Where are you at? Where is he? He's a safety, right? Should be missing, completely missing from action. Is this supposed to be him? Is a glitch going on here? I guess I just have no choice but to leave him in. The game is not giving me any other choice. Is that part of the rubber banding system? That must be part of rubber banding. It's forcing me to keep Sonato fanfiction in.
Great job of mixing up a lot of different looks to get him read and engage.
Boy, that sucks. It's giving me no choice but to leave him in. That's messed up.
Fields it just outside the goal line.
Nice little return right there.
19. Good job.
Not really. Well, back to work. The defense vanished off the face of the earth again, so now it's time for our offense to wake up. Mario Pissman is still around. You best guarantee he is, yes. He hasn't been really all that productive this season, but he's still been around. Just take the first. Woo! Got nailed right there. Good play. Longhorn, yeah. Do we blame the Longhorn Network on this one? At least they're not getting more viewership than this channel. I bet you right now there are more people watching this stream than there are watching the Longhorn Network. Damn, man. Bro teleported on me.
Not going to be easy here. Backed up a long way to go for a first down. A pop pass on the jet sweep.
There we go. Nice. All right.
Take it down, but not before he makes the first down.
The defense has got to do a much better job here of adjusting to the
We gotta wake up, man. We gotta wake up. This is unacceptable.
It gave the receiver plenty of room there to make a nice play.
All right, we're gonna toss it deep. Oh my goodness. How do you drop that? Yes, yes, you absolutely should be ashamed of yourself. That was the easiest catch to make in your entire life, and you fumbled it, Leroy Jenkins. Or no, that wasn't Leroy Jenkins. That was somebody else. Okay, great. We finally got a good run play, and it's of course coming back for a hold. Hey, could y'all like wake up or something? Okay, now Leroy Jenkins chooses to be a dumbass. Great. You guys are really doing some work here. Yeah, that was Stuart Little that messed that one up. I'm going to give him a chance to redeem himself here if he gets open. He's not going to get open, but great catch. There you go. All right. You have been redeemed. Good work. That'll do it. Yeah, probably not the best time for that. Oh, for goodness sakes. Really? Now they bring the blitz.
They give up a huge pass play, and they come back with a sack on the very next play. This defense
Not good.
and they do so with that sack.
Woo! Now that was good. Amazing play right there by Antonio Brown. The tight end coming through the clutch right there. Let's get the film on this one. This was an elite play. And this dude's a freshman, so think about that for a second. Perfectly fitted throw and then an elite catch by Antonio Brown. That's how we do it. All right, we're tied up. ESPN.
He's going to return it from near the goal line. Solid job by the coverage team. They bring him down at the 16.
Good return coverage. All right, now if the defense can be summoned for a second, that would be wonderful. Can we wake up? Can we exist for a moment? I don't know if that's possible since Sonato fanfiction is just cursed to stick around. I liked it back when he wasn't on the field. Man, they have got an extremely fast running back. That's messing me up. Come on, defense. Oh, get him! Boom! Let's go! That my boy. Oh, hit the gritty on him. Let's go. Hit the gritty on him. Let him know about it. That was Lava Chicken right there coming in with the sack. Blitzed the O lineman and threw the man down. Beautiful. The defense has woken up, or at least Lava Chicken has. Could have been a better return. Oh well.
Brought down by the coverage team. Offense makes their way on the field. Receivers now getting some new assignments before the snap. On 1st and 10, looking to throw.
Oh yeah. Goodbye, Leroy Jenkins. Let's go. Gritty on him.
Boy, we see more and more of this in college football. You have to get the right guy in that slot. They can win the one-on-one.
Yeah, I saw they put the Fighting Forrest Gumps at #1 on the EA rankings. I'm not surprised. Overall, in terms of talent composite, they've got a really, really good team. I am just surprised that they made them #1. That's definitely based on previous years. I think Nick Saban had a little bit of a word in it too.
And he stopped at the 20. Tried to make something happen, but that's good coverage there. Hey guys,
At least this time they didn't. At least this time they didn't overly rank Colorado like they did last year. Because holy hell, I mean they gave Colorado a ridiculous ranking back in the day.
and now it's 2nd down.
I'm not sure the quarterback makes the right decision on this one. I think if you do it over
Did they change the stadium pulse? They changed who's the toughest. I know that, but I don't think they changed the entire philosophy of it. I think they did make it a little bit more impactful, though.
Flag doesn't get it. Brings up 3rd down.
Other than that, no, I don't think they made too many changes to it.
the punishment, but here
It's 3rd and 10. What do we do here?
has to absorb
Guess we just play it safe. If something happens, something happens.
able to hold on to the football.
On 3rd down, he drops to throw.
Oh, crap. Oh, let's go. He went out of bounds. Now punt. Yes! All right.
Do it! Impossible!
I had to make sure there was no ref ball interference on that one. What kind of special teams was that? Why'd you all just let him through? You see that? That one guy spun out of the way for the Texas defender to just run through there. We took a fair catch anyway, but still.
Back at it to start.
Yeah, Alabama's a top 5 team composite-wise. I just don't think they're #1.
Looking out throwing.
I still think Texas and Ohio State are better in terms of talent overall.
Brought down after a big 1st down game. It's 2nd and short. Maybe an opportunity, Kirk, to take a shot here. Come to the line for 2nd down and very short now. He shrinks the tackle. Tackle made after a solid run by the junior.
They put a lot. They put a lot of love into Florida and DJ Lagway. Put a lot of love into him. Oh, he's under him. I don't think this is gonna work out. Oh, see, I hate it when it does that. That is rubber banding right there. Why is it that every time the pass is deflected, the ball automatically flies directly into the path of one of the other corners? It's almost like it's hey, you should pick this off. And that was dead from the start. All right.
Shows some quickness, Kirk, getting around the edge that time.
Yeah, this guy's usually getting around the edge to put pressure on the quarterback, but he reminds everybody here that this guy's a complete package. Not only can he pressure the quarterback, but also he is very, very talented and shows you the physicality he has against the
Go, Nino. Look at Nino. Let's go.
He'll avoid the big
And I'm not going to take my chances.
It is fun to watch this
There's at least a 75% chance that if I continue running there, that ball is falling out.
offense.
pre-snap.
So I'll just take the yards where I can get them.
They flip it to him on the jet sweep. Solid 8-yard
DJ
gain.
lagged
Second
away.
and 2.
He might lag away. He might lag away if Florida doesn't have a good year. Because then I don't think Napier makes it. Billy Napier.
Outside, turning it upfield.
There we go. Boom.
Nice game out.
Stuart Little.
This guy can do it all. We've seen him go behind coverage and make plays downfield. We can see him catch the ball underneath.
The pulse is enhanced for bigger games like playoffs, ranked games, and night games. So you better hope that you don't lose 2 or more games. Otherwise, you're going to have to be on the road for one of those playoff games. And oh boy. Uh-oh. Tardaria's pride and joy is down. Hope that's not too bad of an injury.
Kickoff team now set to boot this one away.
Will Florida ever get a quality quarterback? Well, this is definitely... DJ Lagway's a quality quarterback. Now, he's not the best quarterback. I don't think he's anywhere near that. But he's certainly a good quarterback. I think he's more of a dual threat than anything else. I think he relies on that a little too much. But he's good. And he has the potential to be an extremely big force. And I don't know what this is. I can't tell you what just happened there. Y'all let a man named Dion Yeast run down the field for 53 yards. I don't think I can explain that one, no matter how hard I try.
I think the guy got touched until he got taken to the ground. It's just excellent blocking. There's nobody he had to make miss or use his skill.
What happened to our rush defense? Holy hell. Y'all are having a real hard time taking this man down.
Offense right to the line, cranking up the tempo.
Chris, it's the consistency of this pack is giving this defense fits. They've got to come up with some changes up front. This guy's already over 50 yards, and if he keeps running
DJ Lagway's another AR-15. Well, Anthony Richardson was good.
this quarterback a chance to make plays down.
Florida's problem back in 22 in Napier's first few years, Billy Napier, in his first few years, the problem was the defense.
Quarterback drops back from the shotgun, looking for a receiver.
It was they were Tardaria. That's what they were. Pretty good offense, terrible defense. That was their biggest problem. And of course, it came back to bite him, especially later on in the year.
Second down.
It became such a liability, kind of like our defense.
My grandkids could do better than that.
It's too early to see if this touchdown's going to change the momentum and allow them to cut down.
Anthony Richardson was overrated. I mean, okay, really? Why are we doing this? Come on, boys. I don't necessarily think he was overrated. There were a couple of people saying that even though he was going to win the Heisman and carry Florida to a national championship in Napier's first year, but that was specifically the dumbass Florida fans who thought that he was like the second coming of Lord Almighty Jeebus. But that was obviously not how it panned out. You can't have a team full of just Anthony Richardson, and they found that out the hard way.
Aggressive will it be? Toss play to the outside.
Yeah, well, I'm not talking about last year's offense for Florida.
That's a nice game getting close.
I'm talking about 22. Because 22 Florida, they had a decent offense. At worst, it was a decent offense.
The quarterback drops back, looking for an open.
Oh, yay! Figured I'd take the deep shot, and Leroy Jenkins was, of course, wide open. He has turned into the Mario Pissman of the team. I guess that's the that's the joke. There you go. We fooled the nation with this one. They thought we were going to come out and be Mario Pissman merchants, but psych! No, we are not. We are actually Leroy Jenkins merchants, and sometimes a sophomore and 18. Otherwise, no. Yeah, really good. Now that it's June, it's prediction season. Yeah, a lot of teams are going to be, or a lot of channels are going to be doing predictions, which is exactly why I'm not doing predictions. My predictions are probably going to come way later, and they're going to be in my, it's probably going to be called like Before the Chaos or something, but it's going to be a series sort of analyzing each and every power team, seeing what they have on the roster and all that, and then at the end I'll give my prediction. Get out of there, let's go! Took a long time to throw the ball. I'll take it though, thank you. Running out of time here, good old Texas. Come here! Oh, this has got to be a pick. Let's go. We actually got a pick. Look at us! That's more of an arm punt than anything else. A second down arm punt. With a minute 19 left to go. So who knows how this will turn out. Oh, yes. The legend known as Leo Kaufman from UTEP. That dude was an absolute beast. I don't think we'll ever see a better receiver than that. I really don't. I mean, the dude was an absolute beast. Because he was both my deep route receiver and my slot receiver. And he was good at both. He was incredible at both, in fact. Just... Oh, no! Catch it! Leroy Jenkins. See, that's why he's not Leo Kaufman. That's why he's not Leo Kaufman or Mario Pissman right there. When he gets into one of those situations, the dude can't catch. God gummit, dude.
Down, the punter sends it away. He's got some daylight.
God, and they have incredible field position, too.
He makes the stop on this return. Okay, the Texas offense comes back out on
You think Shador pulled a Kanye in his draft interviews? It wasn't based on entirely that why I think he was so low. It was based on a lot of factors. One, he was overrated. Two, he was, you know, extremely full of himself. You could tell by the way he talked, and it wasn't just the smack talk. It was the way he talked about himself in interviews, talked about his own teammates, his offensive line. I mean, the draft agents saw all of that, and obviously it didn't pan out well for him. Yeah, I wasn't gonna give away the football there in that situation. Not on that one. That was one of the only times I'll ever punt. This is game of the week. That's why Fowler's commentating. Oh, crap. Oh, we almost forced a fumble right there. Well, it's 3rd down, so anything can happen here. Here he goes again. No, he actually throws, and good grief. Yep. Oh, man. Well, this blows.
And you just continue to see the chemistry between these two. And they told us yesterday.
Can they just run out of clock and then take it to 28-17? That would be nice, wouldn't it? No, go ahead and do that. Love you guys.
My grandkids could do better than that.
This kind of situation, he's doing a great job of ignoring the scoreboard and feeling a sense of pressure to have to play with more urgency.
Is that Isaiah Bond out there? Might as well be.
Plenty of time to get back in this game.
There's definitely some Arch Manning action going on here. I think it's messed up that Texas is only number 15 despite being 7-1, and their only loss came to a top 5 team. It's pretty messed up. All right, we need Leroy Jenkins to do something funny here. Since his dumbass screwed over the last one, he better get ready to catch this. Yeah, there you go. There you go. Let him know about it. He needed to make up for what he did on that last drive, and that's how you do it. That was a sick touchdown, though.
It's a mismatch if you have the right guy. This time they get the matchup that they want, hit it for a big one.
Right, guy, I genuinely hope you're trolling. I genuinely hope you're just trolling. Because if that's what it is, then why was Cam Ward drafted number 1? You think about it for a second, and suddenly none of that adds up. So I certainly hope you're not just... I certainly hope you're just trolling. Okay, you're trolling. Yeah, okay. You got me. You got me. Sometimes I feel like I need to explain that to people. I'm glad you're just a person who's trolling. There are a lot of rage baiters, and some more often than not I fall for it. Good work. Good grief. But you are right. There are people who think that way, and there's nothing to say to them. Because no matter what you tell them, no matter how you try and and change their opinion on that, they'll never believe you, or will just say the same thing, and you're just stupid and dumb and ignorant. That's pretty much how it'll end up. So, who do you think will win in a pissing everyone off competition, Shador or Nico? Well, right now, Shador. Because the only people Nico's extremely pissed off are Tennessee fans. Unless if he says something really, really stupid, or puts his own teammates under the bus, then right now it's Shador. Shador's a way better player, though. Not even close. I'll just throw that one. Antonio Brown gets open. I just saw that comment right, guy, and I immediately felt it was necessary to say something.
Defenses all around the country got into
Okay. You know what would be funny? Not that.
and quickness in the open space.
That's not funny.
Incomplete. He was hit as he threw. Good pass rush there on first down. Incompletion makes it second down. Looking to throw it again.
There we go. Leo Mario Pissman.
Over the middle.
First down.
Tackle him, but not before he picks up the first. A new set of downs after that completion. First down. Looking to throw the football. He's moving out of the pocket. Using his left
Well, at least he didn't fumble.
out of bounds right near the line of scrimmage.
Well, that is a clinic by this defense on this quarterback run.
I'd much rather have Cam Ward than Shador. Oh, no doubt.
All he could do was step out of bounds for no gain.
No doubt.
He stopped.
Again,
First down mark.
this is another thing that people fell for. Shador is not the best quarterback. He wasn't the best quarterback for the draft, nor was he the best quarterback in college. I think a lot of his hype was accelerated because of Travis Hunter and obviously his father, Dion.
How impressive these guys been.
So, you know, ESPN basically drank a lot of the Kool-Aid and promoted all of that. Good grief, who is this freaking edge rusher?
That much closer to secure.
Nino has really good run stats, but this freaking edge rusher's got 99 speed apparently. Holy hell. All right, we're going to let Flight reacts. Catch the ball for 4 yards. At least he caught it.
Tackle quickly after the catch. He'll be short of the marker. Can they keep this drive going, trying to convert on third down now? Here's the toss play. Runner heads outside. Running with purpose. They get him down. But
Heard a lot. I mean, I heard some people say that like people like Mel Kiper were basically paid to push that narrative
as we take a break to
about Shador, like he's the best quarterback in the draft, and anybody who doesn't pick him is out of their mind. I've heard some people say that they were paid to say that, but I don't really believe that. I just think a lot of people fell for the Kool-Aid because of Dion, and that resulted in them just having a full-on crush over Shador. Also, what a catch right there! Touchdown! Leroy Jenkins with 4 touchdowns today out of 4 catches. Wow. Believe that puts this game away. Up 3 touchdowns with 5 minutes left in the ball game. I've given up crap like this often, but I don't think this is going to be one of those situations.
and it's field as returner trying to create good field position here. And the returner brought down by the coverage team.
I think Shador's father has been absolutely terrible for PR reasons towards Shador. I think he's been absolutely terrible for his PR because none of these NFL teams want to fool around with all the drama. They don't want to fool around with the camera crews and the reality shows and the Netflix and the all the watch flexing. They're not about that. It was good for college because that way you were able to get recruits in there, but none of these full-time NFL players or coaches want to deal with that.
And looking for a big play here. Caught way downfield for a huge gain.
Jesse Chestnut, are we being for real?
It's a huge chunk play. Longhorns will hustle to the line here to run the
Yeah, TCU definitely started. They didn't start it, but boy, did they fully accelerate it. I'll say that much. TCU losing to Colorado, game number 1 of the season at home, fully accelerated all the narratives around Colorado. Now, they didn't go away until, like halfway through the season after they lost to Oregon. Because whatever they did to piss off Dan Lanning, holy hell.
Tackle close to the line of scrimmage.
quarterback looking to pass here on second down.
Do it. Do it, you coward. You won't. Ha-ha. Yes. Beautiful sack. Let's go, Jelly Bean. Now we can just play prevent zone and hope my defense doesn't miraculously give it up for funsies.
Looking to throw it on third and very long.
And they don't because they throw a drag route and that doesn't work. Oh, wait a minute. Back up. Hold up. They're going for it. I mean, they have to in this situation, obviously, but I don't feel going all the way deep is the best idea. We'll bring a bit of a blitz.
The offense will try to convert here on 4th down. Quarterback sets up, looking for an open man.
Oh, why? Mitch Hicks, you are... Oh, my gosh. I do not like it.
My grandkids can do better than that.
Really? God. Mitch Hicks is such a bum. 4th and 14, by the way. Let's go ahead and let Mitch Hicks screw up the entire thing by letting them get a wide open touchdown. Good job. Unfortunately, I must away for a birthday party. Power to Tardaria. We'll see you later, X525 Crossfire. Thank you for joining us.
Looks like they're lining up to attempt an onside kick.
How's the clutch bone going? No. There's your answer. I will give Shador and Travis a lot of credit for one thing, and that's the fact that they did play in the bowl game. I don't know the reasoning for that. It could have just been to push, their stats. But I do give them respect for that. Because it's really easy as a player who's going to be in the draft to just say, you know what, I'm not going to play in the bowl game. Because I bring this up every time people talk about Cam Ward opting out in the first half. Not everybody on that team is going on to play more football. For the seniors on that team, a whopping majority of those seniors aren't ever going to touch a football field again. That's going to be the last of the football fields they're going to touch. At least playing football-wise, that's the last of it. And they want to go out with a bang. They want to go out with a win and be able to celebrate. And I think it's extremely selfish for most players in that situation, unless there's something medically wrong with them or a really, really big reason why they can't play. I think it's extremely selfish for them to just go ahead and opt out and not play in the game. And then I think it's especially stupid for players to opt out in playoff games, because the biggest excuse I hear for the bowl game opting out is because, the bowl games are just they're just participation trophies. Nobody cares about the bowl games. Okay, then why the playoff games? There is absolutely no excuse you can find for that other than there's something medically wrong with you. You have to opt out for injury reasons. Other than that, what are you doing? Crap, Lava Chicken's hurt. I hope that isn't a long-lasting injury. That's the last thing we need is for Lava Chicken to go.
So after the incompletion, it's 2nd down. Quarterback drops back. We're going to test the secondary.
Okay, at least you prevented him from catching that.
Ball's incomplete.
Oh, I thought it was Mitch Hicks. We do have a player named Mitch Hicks, but I think he's long gone. Yeah, Carl Hicks is the guy who's the one that made that last play happen. Ay. Now that I think about it, a spy was completely unnecessary. This quarterback has never taken off once.
Well, this offense has a long way to be able to get back and potentially win this game, but they're doing the right things, managing the clock, picking up good yards, and getting out of bounds.
There we go. Tatsumo Buns, man, doing what he does best. Being Buns. We didn't even put in the backups yet, guys. Who am I kidding? It's the rubber banding. We've done this. We've played this game before. Yeah, we played this game. Oh, they didn't give him that? I'm a little surprised. Oh, there we go. Touchdown, Texas. Go ahead and play the...
My grandkids can do better than that.
Really? Let this crap be over, because if they're just going to score now in every single possession, we just need to go ahead and call it. Oh, give me that. Or not. That's cool. Watching this Tardaria defense is like watching Syracuse defense IRL last season. Oh, absolute terrible. Yeah, I'm right there with you on that one. It's kind of hard for them to even perform the most basic of tasks. Leroy Jenkins with the onside recovery. I Texas still has 2 timeouts to work with, so we need to go ahead and just wrap up this game.
With the 1st and 10 now, the football placed exactly at midfield. Now they'll run it on the toss.
My argument is injuries. If you're playing a bowl and get injured, your draft stock will plummet. Yeah, I mean, again, that makes sense. If you're one of the top draft picks and you know you're going to be a top draft pick and don't want to risk getting injured, then I can sympathize with that. It's not. I won't get mad over that. But if you're not one of those, you're like whatever. You aren't even supposed. If you're one of these guys who's not even going to go on to the draft and you're opting out, then what the hell are you doing?
Snap motion from the offense. They flip it to him on the jet sweep.
4th and inches, really? Of course, they're wanting me to just throw deep. Come on, be real. Be real. There's only one play this is meant for. There's only one play meant for this moment right here. The Nino, Nakano, tush push. Bam. Beautifully executed. And there's your ball game, ladies and gentlemen. Horns down, by the way. Don't know. Does this? I'm sure this scares you. I'm sure you're about to poo-poo your pants, but there you go. Horns down again. I think we've played Texas like, what is this now? The 4th time we played them. We're 3-1 against them. I think the only time they beat us was that one Mickey Mouse year we don't talk about. Three guarantees in life: death, taxes, and Octavian speaking delusional. Oh yeah, no, Octavian was all about Florida. He was on Carolina Jackpot show, and I went in there and he was instantly on the whole, Squidtard, Florida's winning 10 games. DJ Lagway's winning the Heisman. Yeah, the whole ordeal with him. It's him and that one guy in the Discord server, that one Florida fan, that's going to end up making everybody an enemy of the Florida Gators. And I'm not going to be too surprised when it happens. 394 passing yards. Texas still had 350, so obviously very, very bad game defensively. But what's new? Nino had a great game, though. 18 of 24, 394 total yards, 75% completion percentage. Got to be back on the Heisman board now. We're definitely way more of a passing team than we have been. But Leroy Jenkins, 4 touchdowns, 225 yards. Dominating performance by him. But everybody had a little bit going on. Stuart Little had a touchdown, so did Antonio Brown. That first touchdown really set the precedent of what that game was. So, yeah, not a bad day. Why does it say 48-29? I don't know. That's weird. Sometimes it just glitches out. The scoreboard will just glitch out like that. It's weird. But we did our work. 49-35. Another dominant performance by the Tardaria Squidtard offense. That puts Texas out of the running for the SEC, by the way. We'll have to do that to Tennessee coming up. I hate to do it to them, but I got to do it to them. That's just the way it has to be. Still number 3, it looks like. So Ohio State did not take care of Minnesota. Either that or Tennessee passed us for an unknown reason. Nope, they're number 4. So yeah, Minnesota won then. Yep. And Oklahoma also won, as I expected. Got some big games this week, though. Virginia Tech and Syracuse. Oh, look at that. Syracuse, number 13 in the nation. They finally got into the rankings, and not only that, but boy, they are pretty close to making it to the 12 spot. Uh-oh. We might see them again. I'd love nothing more than to get revenge on those assholes for what they did. Let's see what the Heisman board looks like. Wow, this is messed up. It does not look like Tardaria is going to win the Heisman this year, and it's complete. This is a bias. This is messed up, and I deserve more respect than this. Who does Kentucky play? Let's find out. I think Kentucky's dead. Nope, never mind. No, they aren't. They're hanging on, but they're hanging on by a thread. Number 11. They play Arkansas at home. Florida State's up to number 14. Penn State, they're number 7. Temple's in the rankings. They've got to go on the road at Navy. Miami's back in the rankings. Purdue versus Illinois. This is a huge game right here. Rutgers absolutely trolled the Duckies. We are so back. Yeah, that is funny. LSU and Georgia. Look at Georgia. 4 losses and still ranked. Looks like they won't be making the playoffs at least. Vandy down to 1-8. Yeah, after Tardaria mutilated them and ended their entire life, I'd assume. But look at Kent State. Hey, they might be winless in the conference, but they did win 2 games. Good job, you guys. NC State's up to number 9. We might be playing them again. NC State's a reoccurring rival. They show up again periodically, so I won't be surprised if we have to see them again. Yeah, Syracuse, Virginia Tech. Michigan State. Both those teams are ass. Georgia Tech is 4-5. Indiana, Iowa, boy, they're terrible too. Yeah, Tardaria, Tennessee. Boy, that's going to be game of the week right there. Number 3, number 4. Texas A&M goes on the road into South Carolina. Don't be disguised by their record. That is a tough environment to go to. Stanford's in the rankings. Told y'all Andrew Luck was going to be the coach one day. USC, Oregon. UConn at Auburn. It would be such an Auburn moment right here for them to lose to UConn at home. I feel like eventually Minnesota is going to go down. Hey, Squid, who will win, Bama or Tardaria? That's a pretty tough game right there. Considering we're not Tennessee, I think we have way better odds in that one than they do. But that is a tough match right there. It's really hard to beat Bama, I can tell you that much. What was the last thing I wanted to check before I... Ooh, yeah, Players of the Week. I want to see how well we dominate this. So yeah, Leroy Jenkins. So this is national. So let's go all the way back to week 0 or week 1. Week 2, a sophomore 18, offensive player of the week. Week 3, no love there.
Oh, wow!
Season 4, Season 5, Season 6, 7, 8. Dadgum. Season 9. Yeah, Minnesota's dominating that. Anyway, Tanner Horn, appreciate the $10 super chat. Says, any idea what CB26 is trying to do to get people to buy the game, and is it worth it? Well, they're adding a lot of quality to life upgrades. They're completely revamping Road to Glory, starting with high school and then moving on to college. They've completely revamped that system. So if you're into that, that's pretty interesting. The Dynasty is a lot better, I think. They've added some new systems to it. It's well more updated. They took out a lot of the glitches that are in this game. There's just a lot of quality to life upgrades that make the game better than what it could be. So just join the Discord server. We're glad to have you over there. Alright, well, again, hardly matters, but might as well check in on recruiting. Bro, I freaking hate Penn State and Notre Dame. Those two schools specifically keep just tearing our recruits away from us, and it's starting to really piss me off. By the way, you do have 10 skill upgrades if you want to go ahead and give that to a specific player or position. Feel free to do so, Mr. Tenderhorn. Speaking of College Football 26, there's been a bit of beef going on between two football gaming. Yeah, I did see that. You're talking about Ryan Moody and Bordeaux. And I think Bordeaux is well winning that one. Again, I'm not really going to climb into the drama. I don't really care all that much about it. But based on what I've seen from both him and Ryan Moody, he makes some pretty good points. Anybody that's all negative all the time is just not not somebody you really want to be around necessarily. Especially since he's got a whole YouTube channel revolving around 600-pound life people or whatever. Just a weird hobby to be around, necessarily. You know, we'll just stick with what we had. You think the SEC should play 9 conference games? I believe they should. Yeah. I think it would shut up a lot of the SEC haters who are just like, oh, the SEC's too scared to play the conference games. I mean, obviously, I want to prove to them that we aren't scared. I don't know why they haven't done it yet, to be honest. Seems like that would be the fair thing to do. This is a lie, by the way. Oh, this is based on the playoffs. Okay, never mind then. Yeah, they got Baylor in there now. What are they doing there? Sup, Squid? Do you think the Vols finally get a win in the Swamp this year? I don't think they do. It's at a tough spot in the year. Florida's going to be they're probably going to be in a tough position as well. I have no idea how many wins they're going to have, but that's going to be a defining win for them either way. I think it's going to be really tough for us to go in there and get the win, especially since Heupel has a terrible track record on the road, especially at night, which is 100% when that game's going to be. I don't see any scenario where that game on the road at Florida is not going to be a night game. I'd love if it's a 3:30 game. That would be absolutely huge because Tennessee. I mean, it's something about the night games on the road that scares Josh Heupel and his team so much. If we play Florida in a 3:30 game or Bama in a 3:30 game, that would be a huge definer right there. I don't know. We'll see. The only road environment I know Josh Heupel will be okay in is Lexington. That's it. All right, we're going to go to our traditional uni since it's the last time we get to wear them more than likely, so... Purdue at 8 is very wild. Yes. Oh, I should have had Tennessee wear the all black uniforms.
Oh, wow!
Between the SEC and ACC, which teams would you swap with each conference? If I had to choose 2 in particular, well, that's a tough choice. I would probably, geography-wise, I think the 2 best options would be to switch, like, South Carolina and Vandy. Even though Vandy's in Nashville, to switch, like, South Carolina and Vandy. If I had to choose 2, it'd be South Carolina and Vanderbilt for Clemson and Georgia Tech. That would make the most sense. Or just switch South Carolina for Clemson and Georgia Tech. I don't know. Expand the SEC even further. Make it 17 teams. Apparently that's what the SEC or the ACC has, so why don't we have 17 teams? Carter out. Didn't we see this guy last year? I think he torched me, so I guess we ought to just get ready for that again.
You nailed it, Chris. We've seen tight ends have a big impact in college football in the past.
Bless me.
Right now is unbelievable. Speed of a wide receiver, size and power of an offensive lineman.
Good run defense right there. Yeah, this puts me in a rough spot because obviously I'm a Tennessee fan and I hate to beat up on my own team, but sacrifices at the end of the day must be made. It's either us or them, and I choose us. Yeah, now I remember because this guy wore Hendon Hooker's jersey. Yep. Didn't get him that time, though. 3rd and 12. What do we do here? What do we do here in this situation? That's the question. I think we just play it safe, put our guys back, prevent any big play from happening. But they're probably still going to get it because this defense does not know good formation. Oh, it's a screen. Get this. Boom! Let's go. They got the stop at the end of the day. Ah. Yes. Oh, that was a great sneeze. Yeah, that was really, I really needed that one. Been holding that one in all stream.
Field position. Oh, and he's got some space here.
What is your favorite team? I'll give you one hint and one hint only. They're in this game right now.
This defensive side, Kirk, who can be a game or
Come look at Nino's stats. 39 touchdowns. Let's give her some more.
It's going to be very tough. This quarterback does a nice job of moving around.
Yeah, Big 12 has 16. ACC is 17. The Big 10 is 18.
About how quickly that ball needs to get out. Boy, I'm
The Big 10 is legal.
motion like that. It really
That's how many teams they got.
stretch them out horizontally and can create some vertical seams for this
Uh-oh.
offense. They got some
This could be
players
problematic.
that didn't quite get the first
That
down.
home environment.
Done. Planted a seed on this defense that they've been
There we go.
this style
Let's go, Antonio Brown.
moving forward.
That's a big gain deep into enemy territory. Ball down near the 30. Just underway, and this home crowd is fired up and ready to make a difference today. That's a strong stiff arm. They make the
Tennessee is going to be really good in both men and women's basketball this year. Oh, Kim Caldwell has completely changed the trajectory of that program. My guess is that the Lady Vols are going to win an Natty in 5 years. They put a lot of effort into that program. That's going to be a really, really good program when it's all said and done. Also, sophomore 18 touchdown Tennessee, or Tardaria. I'm getting ready to say touchdown Tennessee because Tardaria's defense is coming back out on the field.
Trying to stop it, so maybe this is a great start for this combination, this quarterback and receiver for a big day.
Yeah, I go to school in Knoxville. I go to school at the University of Tennessee, so naturally I have to stay pretty close to campus. I can't give away for my exact location, unfortunately, so tough luck there.
last time was a quick 3 and out. Can they get a drive going this time?
I do have a soft spot for the University of UT Chattanooga. I have a soft spot for them because we play them. They're one of the only teams that we play in the FCS as often as we do.
Much of a window to throw this ball into, but the quarterback's accuracy
We play them, and then we play Austin P.
picks up a nice game.
What do we do here? I guess we just play it safe. I really like the blitz here, but I just don't want them to get a big play. They might anyway, just for funsies, but who knows. Get him! Oh, for good great. That is well, that's a Hendon Hooker moment right there. Zach Bjork. I can't stand this guy.
Balls come to the line to start a fresh set of downs.
Straight up Hendon Hooker 2.0.
That can make things happen. Here you have an opportunity to try to create.
Yeah, I'm from Knoxville.
Instead of just throwing it away, he sits back.
My dad's side of the family though is Louisiana natives. So part of me for a while used to be LSU fans along with Tennessee fans. See, back then I too was a self-proclaimed two-teamer.
So let's check this call.
And that's a hold, so you can go back 10 yards while you're at it. But yeah, I also used to be a two-teamer.
It stings for the offense. Penalty will cost him 10.
And yeah, eventually I grew up out of that, especially when LSU and Tennessee fans started to bump heads with each other. I had to pick a side at that point. I was like, you know what, I gotta pick Tennessee.
That run takes it across the 30-yard line. Must convert here on
You friends with Morgan Wallen? No, but one day maybe I will be. I don't know. I love to get any connections I can.
It's York. Looking to scramble.
Oh, it's a scramble. Get his ass. Oh my goodness. Hendon Hooker is off to the races. Good grief, this guy's fast.
Balls are moving quickly down.
Okay, looks like this guy's going to be far more of a problem than that Texas. So, okay, just on every third down, we have a QB spy out there.
What they need to with the pressure. They look
Good Lord, man. Bam! Go down. Good night. Good grief.
I like the call here, but
Sonato fan fiction came through in the clutch one time. Good for him.
like that. If the offensive line is not going
I just hope he doesn't throw a chair at you.
That sack makes it 2nd down and forever. They're going to run it.
Uh-oh. Oh, come on. Tackle him. Gosh, Sonato fan fiction. You suck.
In reverse here. Now a long way to go to convert this 3rd down.
This is going to end with him running out of the pocket for a first down, isn't it? Nope. It is going to end with a Sonato fan fiction interception. Plot twist! I say Sonato fan fiction sucks, and then he makes an extremely clutch play. This is how it works. Should I just start saying everybody else sucks? Everybody on the team is just ass, and then they'll start making incredibly key plays in critical moments? Maybe that's what I should start doing.
When they're running their route, the defender has to try to be very careful to keep his footing underneath him. Sounds simple, but it's not. To come up with that interception while doing that, that is a big-time play.
Am I Cajun? Depends on which percentage we're talking about here that would classify me as Cajun, because I'd say I'm 10%.
Gets it underneath to that drag route and picks up a first down.
I like spicy food. Does that count? Wonder how long it'll take me to get depressed on UK football this year. It might be week 1. You might be one of the only fan bases to suffer that much at week 1, because you start out the year with Toledo. That's a scary group of 5 team to play. Lest we forget what they did to Mississippi State last year. And they're bringing back quite a bit of talent this season. That could be a problem for Kentucky. I'm not going to say it's a loss for sure. I'm not going to be on here and be like, "Oh yeah, Kentucky's losing that game at home," but like that could be a scary opponent to play. Oh, come on, you go.
My grandkids could do better than that.
Yeah, really. At least the defense hasn't given up any points yet.
Set the tone to be able to give him his chance. You don't see this happen very often in this game where a guy gets a chance to have a kickoff return for a touchdown. Everything has to be just perfect, and of course, he had the speed to be able to get it all the way to
Kill for some jambalaya right now. I had some last week. It's really good. My mom makes really good homemade jambalaya. Again, she is married to a Louisiana native, so there's that for what it's worth.
Returning from inside the 10-yard line. And they stop at the 20, trying to make something happen. That's good coverage there. And the offense trots back onto the field here. Quarterback adjusting now to the defense.
Run out of the pocket. At least Nito didn't fumble.
Stop right at the line of scrimmage. Second down play coming up for this offense. Receiver in motion now.
I do not like playing Tennessee at Neyland. Not because it's just a home crowd you really don't want to play at, but it just reminds me of that final play from the first time we played them. I'll never let that go. That was the dumbest thing I've ever seen in my life. You know what, might as well just, nope, don't even get the opportunity. I was going to try and throw it up for somebody, but nobody was able to get there in time.
Boy, this one's on the offensive line, Chris. They've got to do a better job of protecting the franchise quarterback. This guy's as good as there is in the country. And they're letting
Come on, lineman!
either get the ball out faster or the offensive line.
Is this the rubber banding in play here?
They're backed up here trying to make something happen on 3rd and long.
Get there.
It's a short completion with a big
Well, you know what I got to do here.
Chris, great effort here by this
I am going for it. And they're bringing up everybody on the line, so I don't trust the QB sneak in this situation. I'm going to just toss it on the outside. And look, there goes my man, Balthazar Foxbottom the 4th, with a huge run.
Continuing to go for it on 4th down. What's crazy to me, Chris, is deep in your own territory to go for it on 4th down. It's a big...
And touchdown! Da-da-da-da-da. UT Knoxville has had a lot of hot college chicks and cheerleaders. Did you get a close-up look or something? Not too close. I'll never forget that final play from year one. You must have been talking about year 3, because if we're talking about Tennessee, because I have yet. I played Tennessee. The first year that I played Tennessee was year 3, so you have to be talking about that. Oh, good grief. Hendon Hooker. Oh, my goodness. Finally, go down. Yes! Forced a fumble. That deserves the anthem to be played.
The runner seemed like he was holding on to that football so tight for one moment and then watching it slip away the next.
That was John Stop the Run who forced the fumble. Who else but that legend? Figured since everybody was going to dodge him, somebody might as well make him fumble. Let's try to speak in a Cajun voice. The best I can do for you is Coach O.
Let me tell you something about LSU football. Joe Burrow. Joe Burrow, Clyde Edwards-Helaire, lead the team. Elite players. I love those guys like they my whole family. I love me some Joe Burrow and Joe Boo. Elite players. He gonna go do good in the NFL. He gonna do good in Cincinnati. Go Tigers.
There we go. That's one thing I always loved about the Coach O interviews. Is like even like right after games, every time he'd win a game. They say, "Thank you, Coach."
Go Tigers.
Miss that guy. I'm so mad they fired him. I'm so mad. And it's not even just because they in replacement they hired that absolute goober Brian Kelly, and it's not even because of that. It's because he was a Louisiana man. Different leagues scored that one, by the way. This a whooping now. 28-7. I like our odds, I think. I just think of that one guy from the football movie, the one with Adam Sandler. Oh, the Water Boy. Yeah, I just think of Water Boy. That one guy. Or the one Ole Miss video that I put on the I think it was the Coastal Carolina video.
Football.
That is a football man right there. I'm so mad they fired him, dude. I mean, like, think about it. I mean, like, they had 2 bad years. All it was 2 bad years. I mean, he won them a national championship. Now, really, it was actually Joe Brady that did the work there. Oh, my gosh, I really hate this quarterback. Bro, you are not Hendon Hooker. Stop acting like him. I can't. We got to put a QB spy on this guy. We just have to. He is such a problem.
Football.
And of course, the one time I actually do put a spy on him, he finds a deep man and freaking gets 92 yards on me. Crap! Can't stop these guys. We need another turnover. Hey, John, stop the run. Can you do what your name says and stop the run or something? Oh, good grief. Come on. We all know Leroy Jenkins is dropping that one. Brian Kelly single-handedly made me despise LSU. Yeah. Well, you know it's a bad situation when even, like... I've had conversations with my dad about this before because I'd argue he's more of an LSU fan than he is a Tennessee fan. When we went to the Tennessee LSU game back in 2017, he wore LSU stuff over Tennessee, so that adds important context into what I'm telling you. He says now, and he's said this for a while, he said the best thing that can ever happen to LSU right now is for them to do so ungodly bad this season that Brian Kelly gets fired and they bring in a new guy for a head coach. That's how he is the D1 Brian Kelly hater. Not even close. And he thinks he's a complete idiot. And the way he looks on the sidelines every time he gets scored on kind of reflects that. You guys have seen it. I'm sure you've seen it. Every time LSU gets scored on. Go back to the USC game when USC scored the game winner. Brian Kelly there on the sideline. Like, he looked completely lost. Like he didn't even belong there. It's crazy. Okay, come on, defense. My O-line is getting melted right now.
This game has not gone the way they had hoped, but a play like that sometimes can create some momentum and change.
Spin him out. Nice. There we go. All right. Gets us into a nice third down position. Was the Coach O year a fluke or no? It wasn't a fluke necessarily. I mean, they had all the offensive intangibles to do something there, and everybody exploded where they needed to be. Joe Burrow was great. I mean, they had so much pro talent on that team. It was going to be so hard for them to fail. So I'm not. I mean, obviously we didn't know that back then. 2019. I don't think anybody really seriously predicted that LSU was just going to beat everybody like they did. So I think obviously a lot of people were shocked and surprised by the outcome. So I'm trying to lock in here because I really don't want to go empty-handed on this fight. Oh, we got to take a second timeout. Dadgummit, man. Give me a break. We got 24 seconds. Here we go. Nobody expects the run. Beautiful. All right, and we get out of bounds at the 7. Spectacular news. Oh, yeah, Vitello picked up a lot of players from the portal. I think he picked up the #1 transfer player, too. He's going to be good. Team's going to be really, really good. Okay, we got to get everybody up on the line fast because I want to save this final timeout. Bam! We don't even need it. Antonio Brown, baby. Let's go. Hit the gritty on him. Will LSU actually be half decent this year? They've been half decent every year. That's never been a problem with Brian Kelly. LSU's at least been able to beat the teams most of the teams that they're supposed to. It's when they get into the teams with equal or higher levels of competition and they fall flat on their face every time. That's the problem. Look at what's happened with them. They can't stop a Russian quarterback to save their lives. They literally just can't. And it's going to continue like that because that's all it's ever been. You guys have seen it. They kind of have a similar situation to Tennessee where they literally cannot make any sort of adjustments at any point in the game. It's always the same sort of issues every single game, and it always comes back to bite them. You guys are not making my life easy. Well, jeez. You're making my life pain. We definitely don't need to go limp on offense at this particular moment. That would not be good. Okay, but Antonio Brown open in the flat. He's been doing a lot of work lately. About as much as Harold Flowers been doing. If we can win this game on the road, I think we can win pretty much any other game on our schedule. Along with all the playoff games, too. Oh, Antonio Brown's wide open again. Look at him go! The tight end! He's slower than everybody else on the field, but he's more than good enough to get all the way down there when he's wide open. Ha! Let's go. Hell yeah, baby. It's over for y'all now. Leroy Jenkins update. Per the usual, I don't think he's dropped many passes, if any, in this game. So it's been sort of the same as always for the offense. I definitely think we'll be good this year. We got a great. We'll finally fix our defensive problems. I think this is going to be a special year. Ooh. I mean, you could be turning into me. It's good to have, you know. I don't think it's delusional to think that LSU can have a really good year. They've got the #1 transfer portal class. They've got all the talent in the world to do things with. But again, they've had all the talent in the world every single year Brian Kelly's been there. They had Jaden friggin' Daniels. And every single year, it's always been the same problems. They've had Harold Perkins, an elite defensive prospect. Now, again, Harold Perkins did go down halfway through the season. I think he went down in the Ole Miss game and then just never got back from it. But, like, they've had some really good prospects on both sides of the football and haven't been able to do anything with it because Brian Kelly's an idiot. So, again, careful optimism is what I would say to that.
Oh, wow!
Joker80808, thank you for the $5 super chat. Hold on, I'll read it right after they screw this one up, and they do.
How'd he do it? Impossible!
Fun fact, both Florida Panthers and LSU Tigers won back-to-back champs. Both Southern teams 2024 through 25. Oh, good for the Florida Panthers. I did see that. I follow the VTuber, the sports VTuber, was on the Dumpster Fire show. I think... For the longest time, I've called her AKA Scarlet, but I think it's just Aka Scarlet. Yeah. I follow her, and I did see that on her feed. Good for them, I say. Oh, no! Leroy Jenkins was freaking wide open again, and then my offensive line can't cover for more than a second. $5 before the taxes. Yeah, we don't put that into account when talking about donations. Tax day's far away. Who cares? Hold on, you gotta update the counter. Tennessee can wait. This is important business. All right. Whoop! Oh yeah, Aka Scarlet's awesome.
This is important. They want to avoid a 3rd and long.
I see her at games all the time and wonder to myself, what did I do wrong? Because she's my age. She's because I'm 23, she's 23, and she is going out every other day. She's got her own apartment to herself, and then I'm like, what am I doing wrong? I don't know. But yeah, no, she's great. Sophomore, 18. And I know her, along with Urinating Tree, 5-Point Vids, all those guys, they're going to be doing the charity event, which I think is really awesome. If I could go, I absolutely would. There's always next year. I've learned that phrase as of all. Yeah, and boohoo, no 42-17 once again. Womp womp. One thing I have to do, and somebody's going to have to remind me after this stream's over, but I've got to go back and see what Bordeaux said about me. Because that's important. Important stuff right there. That's one thing I really want to do. You know, again, I've explained this before. A common misconception that people have with my gaming ability on this game is that I'm really good at this game. I'm not. I'm not good at this game. But I would love to play Bordeaux in like an exhibition match, a scrimmage per se, and see if I could actually beat him. That's the Browns fan anthem. Always next year. That's certainly the truth. That's about what it's always been.
They keep trying to run the football, and they keep getting dominated at the line of scrimmage. That has been
Poor Cleveland Browns.
the entire game. We've talked about it earlier in the game.
They're just like Kent State.
They become one-dimensional, and I think it's allowed this defense to really lock in on that quarterback.
Since when could you edit recruit names in College Football 25? I've been trying to do that for so long. You can't edit the recruit's name directly. You have to wait until they get onto your roster. Okay, we missed 2 tackles. Great job, defense. But you have to wait until they get on your roster, and then you can go to the depth chart, and I'll show you after this is over. Because I've got to edit their stats anyway.
Love the fact that you're running the football, keeping this defense
As the Super Chats have shown.
every single down. Now you got a new set of downs and a chance to keep moving the ball down the field.
Second down and goal upcoming. Takes the snap.
Oh, yeah, that is a certified Hendon Hooker play right there. That is the most Hendon Hooker-ass play I've seen. They're trying so hard to bring him back. Maybe that's why they're 8-1.
Quarterbacks in the entire country, this guy might be as fast as any of them. Why not utilize his speed when he can make defenses pay for it? It's a great design play and a nice touchdown.
Did you think about going to LSU before attending UT? No. I never thought about that. It's too far away, and family is important to me when it comes to proximity of where I go to school. I never once thought about attending LSU for that reason and that reason alone. And besides, the tuition out of state, I'm sure would be even more complete batshit than it is now. Because I'm living in the state of Tennessee, you'd think tuition would be a whole lot less expensive, and it is, and it's still a ridiculous amount. Squid, who's better, Texas or Ohio State? I think Texas is better overall. They've got a better team right now. I think they've got the better quarterback and probably a better offense overall. But I still think they probably lose in Columbus.
Running the football, just kind of in that zone, and a big reason why they have a nice lead today.
Take off. Okay, or don't take off. Y'all are not making my life easy. You know what? Screw you. I'm done with you. I'm ready to get out of here.
To be able to sit back and play zone and still get pressure on the quarterback with your defensive front.
First down sack pushes the ball back.
What happened to the close games? That's a good question. I don't know, but I like it. Oh, Leroy Jenkins, elite catch. What an absolute beast. Leroy Jenkins is so good. What can you do against that? I don't know. But he was right there with him. I don't know why he didn't try and like bat it down or anything. I think that's a Tennessee player user error, in all honesty.
Back at it to start the quarter. Offense getting set to run a first down play. Here's the handoff.
Did you ever want to be a sports analyst? I've had some genuine thoughts about that as a. Not too recently, but I have had genuine thoughts about it, especially back when I did sports commentary. I didn't do any real commentary, but back when I commentated the Tardaria playoffs, I had some fun doing that and thought it might have been fun to do it like for real. And then I actually filmed some of the high school football games and thought that would be fun as well. But I think I'm way more of a fan than anything else. So I don't know. I never really put too much thought into what I wanted to do after I graduate, because I don't know. I feel like at this point in time, I love doing YouTube. I love it. It's so. If I could have the choice, without a doubt in my mind, I would do this full time. But I'm not making a substantial amount of income off of this, and I think everybody here knows that. I'm not making a substantial income yet. Now, I am going to try and get some sponsorships that'll change that. But even then, I just don't think it'll be enough to get a full, like a full income that'll keep me sustained for months on end. So, I'll definitely have some planning to do. Pending that situation, yeah, I'll definitely have to figure out where I want to actually work at up until I get a substantial income per month from YouTube.
And the coverage C gets the return.
In fact, shout out to Scott Crawford and JFKH. Those two guys that appear here often. They've been a huge part of my income. Love those guys. Shout out to them. Okay, good job, Carl Hicks. At least take him down. Nope, you suck. I've become used to this position, so that doesn't surprise me. Yeah, no, I'm a huge part. Saturdays for me, especially during the football season, are my off days. That's the first thing I basically ask any of my employers is, what do I need to work on Saturdays? And if I do, no, that just it ain't gonna work out. That's like the main thing with me, is that I just cannot work on Saturdays. At least we can make an exception during the off season, but during college football season, no, that ain't gonna work out. Yeah, there you go. If you're gonna cheese me, I'ma cheese you right back. We did score 63 points on Tennessee last year. Can we do it again? I believe we have done it. Now all we need is for Tennessee to score 10 more points, and then we'll have South Carolina's biggest win in program history. No, yeah, Hendon Hooker 2.0's out here been shredding me a new one. Oh, come on. They're making some rubber banding passes right now.
Here comes a first down pass attempt.
Holy, oh my gosh! Look at this! This quarterback is insane. This entire team is insane. The crack kicked in.
That's one way to be able to move the football up the field in a hurry. These are the types of plays that can really galvanize an offense.
On 1st and 10, looking to throw.
Yeah, wow.
Touchdown, Browns.
Well, that was terrible, boys. That's 2 drives in a row where we've just completely collapsed.
Does a great job towards the back line there. Doesn't go out of bounds. Goes up into the air and gets that 1 foot down. That's good. That's a score.
Point after, not great.
Squid, who do you have winning the Heisman? Popular pick is Jeremiah Smith. And to be honest, that might be what I ride with, is Jeremiah Smith. I think he's going to put up video game numbers on offense this year.
Looks like the QB is changing the play at the line. First play of the drive, they'll come out throwing. Breaking free at the 35. Slides to avoid the big hit.
Well, here's a quarterback that just takes control for himself.
I didn't even realize. Yeah, this game's almost over.
Nothing else is there. This guy's a real
We might as well. No, the safety zone coverage right there. Yep. Get mad at me all you want, but they keep leaving them wide open. I don't know what else you'll want me to do.
Well, if you're going to give it to him, he's going to take it. That's his 3rd touchdown today.
Yeah, you give it to him, he's going to take it. Thank you, Kurt. Thank you. You understand. Explain to me why Kurt Curbstreet understands, but none of you guys do. I'm a UGA fan, by the way. Great. The bane of my existence. I've never met a fan base that's been that has been this successful at rage baiting, other than the friggin' Georgia fans. All right, well I think we hit a record, because 70 points. That's a lot of points. A lot of points. Not a record overall. We've scored more points on Vandy, but I'm talking about just to Tennessee.
Today, great job once again applying pressure on this quarterback. This poor quarterback, he doesn't know what he is seeing.
And
Well, this is going to be a deep bomb. Picked off. Yay! Oh, and he's back on his feet. Look at this. Ali G off to the races. Down inside the 40. Can we make it 77? Might as well give it a shot. What's the harm in it? What's the harm in doing it again? No harm at all. Mario Pissman, there you go. There's the Mario Pissman merchant back at it again. Bro, I'd be so mad if I'm a Tennessee fan right now. Well, I am a Tennessee fan, but I mean, like, you get what I'm saying. I was gonna rub more salt in the wound, but I think they've had enough. I think they've had enough. Oh, this is cinema right here. Let's take another look at this. Yeah, again, this is cinema. A bomb perfectly floated, and this guy wasn't even like it's not even like he got burned necessarily. He just Mario Pissman just made it an elite catch. Why is this so blurred out though? I mean, this is just such an elite catch. What are you supposed to do about that? That's the question. Not a whole lot. That's the answer. Yeah, there you go. Newspaper material. That's definitely ending up on the archives. I gotta make a video about this before the season starts. Yeah, you best guarantee that I'm gonna be doing that. Okay, now we can just go ahead and call it. We've put enough of a whooping on him. There's your ball game. And it was a whooping. All right, let's check our stats. Let's see how bad it is. 669 total yards of offense. 524 passing. Nino Nakano with a casual 524 yards with 8 touchdowns, no interceptions. I think that's all we need to see, if I'm being honest. I mean, we could check the rushing stats. Foxbottom still had over 100 yards rushing. And then, yeah, everybody got a little bit of something going on there. What's it going to take for Nino to be back in the Heisman race? Because this is, again, another week of Nino putting up video game numbers. Got to be back in the Heisman race by now. And this was against a top 5 team, by the way. So, yeah, that should absolutely put Nino back in the Heisman race, or at least put us on top of something. I don't know. We'll see. Baker Mayfield versus Texas Tech numbers. That's quite literally what that was. That was TCU versus Texas Tech. That's what that was. We did not go up. Oh, we did go up one. We're number 2 now. Yep, Nino Nakano, SEC Player of the Week. Who would have seen that coming? And National Player of the Week. Who would have seen that coming? Whoa! Shocker alert! What's going on around the world? Syracuse won again. They did win again. They're up to number 7 now. Boy, the rankings are getting pretty interesting. And yes, it looks like Minnesota did lose. Or no, they didn't lose. No, we just basically passed them. Nice. We got to play another top 5 team soon. Let's see where we... Oh, my goodness gracious. There you go. The only thing keeping one of my players away from winning the trophy now is Ezekiel Italics. Oh, something. From, yeah, a sophomore from Minnesota. That's the only thing keeping us away from the Heisman Trophy. Are we in the clear for the playoffs? No, not necessarily. Definitely not. We've still got 2 more games to go after this, and then we, of course, probably are going to be playing in the SEC Championship. Yeah. If we went out, then yeah, we're a front runner for it. In fact, yeah, no, but if we lose to A&M, we're not. So A&M is extremely important. We have the tiebreaker over Tennessee, so that's not a problem. But A&M's going to have to lose their next conference game before Tardaria. Otherwise, if they beat us, then yeah, we'll be short of that. So let's just not lose. How about that? Let's see what the bracket says. Bracket's pretty interesting. See what we got. So they're still predicting Oklahoma to win the SEC. They got East Carolina, USC, and Miami with the other buys. Baylor versus Tardaria. Syracuse versus Purdue. So they do have Syracuse in the playoffs. Uh-oh. Tennessee versus Minnesota. And then Super Nuclear versus Goob. Kentucky versus Texas A&M. There you go. Matchup of the ages right there. Yeah, no, East Carolina, the Pirates are good. They made the playoffs last year too. I think, or at least I think they did. It might have been Marshall. No, it was Marshall actually, but they were close. Had they not lost their Sun Belt or whatever conference they're in championship game, then yeah, they would have been in. Yeah, Vandy's 1-9, and they're still above UTEP and Auburn in the overall conference rankings. Yikes. All right, well, got some work to do. That's for certain. Sick recruiting. No way that matchup stays the same. I would love if it did, but yeah, you're probably right. Dang, man. Why don't you go to Purdue as a freaking 5-star? What's in it for you? But then again, Purdue's actually good now, so maybe there is something in there for you. Where do we stand in terms of classes? 19. That's because we don't have any commits. That'd do it. Let me just schedule these guys for visits. Pro potential. How did UTEP get in the SEC? I put him there for gits and shiggles, considering they're supposedly one of our rivals. So for funsies, I decided to slide them in there. And obviously, as you can tell, they're doing wonderful. They're having a great time over there. I don't think there's a lot of options left in terms of recruiting. At least none that are any good. These guys are 3-stars. Without some significant upgrades, they aren't going to be any good. Alright, then we'll leave it at that. We'll come back to it later. What are the big matchups this week? Texas A&M on the road at Texas. So Texas could knock off A&M. They could completely knock A&M out of the playoffs. Because they lose this game, you know, they still got to play Tardaria. So, in the Tangerina, no less. Virginia at Syracuse. So Virginia can maybe knock them off. Miami at NC State. And then Oregon at Washington. See who else is playing real quick. Not that. Where's the scores and schedules? Let's just go to top 25. That's what's important here. Temple still going down the list. They're number 14. Pending East Carolina loses, they could be the group of 5 team. Stanford's still ranked. Sam Houston's ranked again. Baylor's hanging on by a thread. They've got to win out. Oklahoma, they've got 2-8 South Carolina coming to town. I think they can take care of business there. Yeah, there's Syracuse. SMU is ranked again, and yeah, we beat them we beat them this year, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, we did. We played them and beat them. Yeah, Kentucky's hosting Alabama. Uh-oh. That could be tough for y'all. That could be bad. That could be bad. Florida State's traveling to UConn. If that could knock Florida State out of any sort of contention. Virginia Tech, probably done. Oregon, probably done. Tennessee, they need to win out. LSU, probably not. But if they win out, maybe. They need a lot of things to happen, though. Texas, for example, if they get knocked out, that would put LSU in a good position. Let's see what else. Purdue is playing Ohio State. And 3-loss Purdue, who's number 6 in the nation, by the way. Minnesota's hosting Michigan State. Western Kentucky, number 12 in the nation, are going to Middle Tennessee. So, yeah, got some pretty fun games coming up. This would be cinema. This would be like a cinema week if this were real life. That's all I can say. All right, time for. All right, let's see how bad we can make this real quick. Because we're gonna go all out with the uni combos. Should we go yellow jerseys, green pants, orange socks? What do you guys think? Is this it? Let's see what other combos we can find. Okay, orange helmet, green jersey, yellow pants, and then just, I guess, white socks. What? When do we do that? What else can we find? What about orange pants, yellow jersey, green helmet, and then there you go. This looks so bad. I'll let you guys decide how you want to do that. But before we move on to this game, I've got to make the Super Chat upgrades. And from what I saw, it was all my own choosing. So I'll probably just bank it all on one player. And I know there was somebody wondering how to change the player names. So I can do that here too. So you go to View Roster. And then you got your whole roster here. So you can go by position, kind of scroll down the list. Who do we want to upgrade with the 20 points that we've got? I think putting some points on Antonio Brown's the move. That's what we're going to do. So you go to your player, you hit Y on Xbox, then you go over here to More, Edit Player. And now you can only do this if it's not an existing player. And then, of course, right here is their first and last name. You hit on that and then change their name. But we're not here for that. We're here for the ratings. So I'm going to spend 10 points on speed. And then 10 points on acceleration. I figure if we're going to compare him to Harold Flower, we might as well make him have the same stats, you know what I mean? So now, Antonio Brown is up to an 87 overall. Whee! All right, here we go. I guess we'll just have Arkansas keep their same away uniforms. All right, time for the stupid. I think we're going to go... Here's what we're going to do. I think what we're going to do is we are going to wear our Supreme Orange helmets. Then we're going to wear the Meme Yellow jersey. And then the Cool and Good green pants. And then we're just going to have our away socks. Yep. There you go. There's what goofiness looks like. Pretty fitting for Tardaria. Let's get into it, boys. Next game coming up. And how goofy is it, you ask? I have no idea. Damn well goofy, that's all I know. Welcome to hell.
The tradition, the electricity that permeates this place as we get
All right, let's see if it worked. Yes, it did. Oh, yeah, look at these unis. Let's go. Isn't it wonderful? Doesn't just put a smile on your face. Oh dear Lord. Yes. But my coach is sitting there like, what in the hell is even that? What the? Yeah, it's like this.
What the hell is even that?
Good Lord.
I can't wait to see how this defense is going to try and corral this guy because
Well, at least it's a catch.
you risk him running right by you and catching the deep ball, but you play zone and you give him the opportunity to potentially.
Arkansas is actually a very fun team to use. Yeah, they got a lot of fast guys on the team, so naturally they are fun. Utah's pretty fun to use as well. I like Utah. Oh, here goes the sophomore 18. Past the 50, to the 40, does a spin move all the way inside the 30. On a roll so far. Now let's see if we can do a hilarious, funny moment right here. And we can. Boom. Antonio Brown. Told you the speed stats are worth it. Let's go. And since I do have 20 push-ups to do, I might as well do a little bit of that for you guys.
Nice job by the offense, spreading them out, taking advantage of their matchup, and getting into the score.
Bam. Perfectly thrown ball by Nino, too. That safety was back there. If it was thrown straight up the middle, that could have very well been a pick. And yes, good stat to point out by Bradley. That is Nino Nakano's 50th touchdown of the season, I believe.
And here's the return.
Yeah, we've got classes in academics, obviously. We learn a lot about what the fourth dimension is about. And about how to make good meme content on YouTube. But you have to think, you know, this program was made 6 years ago. Canonically made 6 years ago, so our facilities aren't really up to date. But now that we're winning championships and actually a really good football program, by the time College Football 26 rolls around and we get to Season 7, yeah, we're going to be pretty well set. Oh my Lord, these uniforms are... Oh, what are these? What are these? This is aids to look at. Oh! You can't handle the uniforms. Even the Arkansas linemen don't want to look at them. All right, 3rd and 14. Get loud. Get loud, Tangerina. Get loud.
On 3rd and long, a check down would be the last resort.
Apparently they aren't loud enough.
A strike downfield.
What the hell is even that?
What you're looking for.
Why did they do this to me, you guys?
Well, that was a dirt right there. He's going to give Arkansas a chance because in the old days in the SEC, you had to run the football if you were going to win championships. Today,
Hey, get loud.
you better be able to get it done through the air. When you think of all the great play callers in this league and all the Heisman Trophy winners this league has seen at the
Boom.
QB position,
At least it was a good hit.
you better be able to do it throwing the ball. This guy, I think, gives Arkansas a chance with his arm.
Why doesn't Tardaria have a blackout uniform? Very interesting question there. It's not like we play at night anyway. Tardaria never plays at night. That's the problem. Kind of hard to have a blackout uniform and you never even see the field at night. All right, huge. Diamond Ferrari coming in with the sack. All right. I'm looking at John stop the run to get in here and make this play. Oh, it's a screen. No! No! And he breaks the tackle! Why do we do this to ourselves? We are Tim Banks. We can't stop anybody on 3rd down. And of course he catches it.
They make the stop after the catch. There's still some work to do to pick up that 1st down. 2nd and short now after that completion.
This is suffering.
He leaves it with his back. And they make the tackle, but he has plenty for the 1st down.
You know, if they're going to score anyway, they might as well just do it. I'm tired. I hate it when they do these little dink and dunks, force me to just watch and suffer.
In Arkansas, in that beautiful state, you're going to find a bunch of big, strong individuals.
Or they can do that. That's the much more preferable option, if I'm being honest. Good job. Attaboy, Dingus LaFelony. Honestly, to me, that's the way more preferable option. All right, well, we're gonna test him here. We're gonna see if they have the balls. No, they don't. I was expecting them to blitz me, which is why I did that. They did not blitz, so that's why that fell through. Oh my goodness. Okay, this might be a give-up drive. Nothing is working on this one. Now they might be bringing everybody here, so who knows? Who knows? Oh, yes! Yes! Yes, sir, Leroy Jenkins! Beautiful. Cinema play right there.
That was a nice completion there for a first down. This guy has been the biggest key to this team's success all season long. He's shown up in big moments. He's won big games. He's putting up big numbers.
No, I think the only... If there was a Tardaria player to get arrested, who do y'all think it would be? That's the question. If there was an actual Tardaria player to get arrested, who would that be? That's the question.
This is one of the top 10 passing offenses in the entire country. Maybe they're trying to catch the defense napping by going goal line and running the football. Not a lot of success on that last play. But get back to doing what you do.
But no, yeah, no. If any of our players get a DUI, they're gone. We don't play with that. Homer Simpson. That's a good one. What a catch! Let's go. All right, I think this is probably going to be Antonio Brown. Nobody expects the shotgun on 1st and goal, and it paid off to perfection. Touchdown! Let's do some more push-ups, shall we?
The field position was bad. The finish was great. Great way to answer that field position.
No problem. How about it? Great job by the offensive coordinator. This offense getting a good rhythm early, even backed up, even in a predictable situation. Great job coming out.
All right. Whee! Nino has yet to throw an incompletion, by the way. Let that one sink in.
Hey guys, let's take a look at what's happening in a great top 25 matchup. Syracuse is currently trailing, but if this
Uh-oh, did y'all hear that? Syracuse is trailing at home against Virginia. Are the Cavs going to be the one team to shut down the hopes and dreams of the team that beat me? I don't know. That's a good question. I'd prefer they don't. I really need to get my revenge on them to make me feel better about how that went down. That was the most I've probably crashed out at this game because of how stupid that was.
Defenses are sitting on the sticks. Receivers have to understand where that first down marker is. Heads up play, nose for the first down.
And then we do that. We done let the tight end do it, guys. God, Carl Hicks. Do you ever, are you, actually useful? At any point, do you actually bring some use to this team? Or do you just suck that bad?
Such great things after the catch. He catches it. Dang, Palmer, he looks like a backup receiver after he catches the football.
What a matchup night by two, man. I mean, he's just too big for DBs to cover, and he's too fast for linebackers to cover. If I'm this QB, I'm looking that guy's way a lot more often than this one.
On the run from inside his own.
Oh, this'll do. This'll do quite nicely. Yay! I like that. Thank you very much. Who made that kick? Who made that kick return? Either way, I like that. The special teams getting some action with the worst unis you've ever seen in your entire life. Ain't that something? Shane Gooch. Good Lord. What are we doing here?
The AT unit on the field. And the extra point puts them on top 21.
All right. There we go. Yeah, the piggies don't stand a chance.
Rolling the dice to bring it out of the end zone did not work out as he stopped at the 13.
I still like these jerseys better than any Pittsburgh Steelers jerseys. That's true. I didn't think about that. There's some awful uni combinations that the NFL teams have. Thank you. I like that. I sure do like that. Another beautiful gift handed to me by the Arkansas quarterback. I greatly much appreciate that. It's the Arkansas we all know and love.
Comes out throwing on first down. Got his man down the middle. They stop him just a link or two short of the first, and man, what they can do on second down here. We have the early makings of a quarterback duel, as these stats will show you. Second down now as they're ready to go back to work. Fast motion from the offense. Touch pass.
And not quite. Stephen King, power to Tardaria. You're damn right, power to Tardaria. Should we let... No, we need to stat pad Nino. Remember the Bumblebee Steelers unis? I never want to remember them again. And touchdown. Whee! There's you another. They're cooked. Tardaria with -8 rushing yards. We might need to move that up a little bit. Yeah, really, not the bees. Not the bees! Ah! Yes. Nicolas Cage, the paragon of acting. Alright. I thought about doing, you guys know, of course, I'm sure you know, like the, oh my goodness, feed me more! A third turnover for the defense? Dingus LaFelony gets his second pick of the day? Y'all are spoiling me now. Y'all are spoiling me. I can only take so many interceptions. He didn't go out of bounds. That's Mickey Mouse. Oh well. But anyway, like as I was saying, you guys know, like of course you know, but like for the coaches, like whenever I make videos about the coaches, I do like the something experience, whatever. You get the idea. I'm thinking about doing that on the main channel, but like for gaming. So like for example, over on Squidtard, when I do Tardaria Tuesdays, which is a live stream that I do every Tuesday night, I go on there and I play games, and I just wrapped up Sonic Mania. So I think I'm considering turning that into kind of an experience video, and then just taking all my highlights from the streams of me playing that game and then wrapping them up into one nice little video. I'm thinking about doing that for that game in particular. And then every other game I complete. So, yeah, we'll see what we can do about that in the future. But anyway, yeah, touchdown Tardaria. This is a domination right here. 35-7. The defense is really spoiling me with the interceptions, by the way.
And he takes this from inside the 5. He was looking for some running room, but not much to be found as he stopped at the 18. And Arkansas ready to send out this offense. Well, the good news about this drive, Jesse, it can't go worse than last time through a pick on.
Well, most Oregon uniform combinations are usually like one and dones. Sometimes they'll bring them out for one game and then never use them again. And it's usually dependent on whether or not they win or lose. Remember those Florida Gator skin uniforms? Whipped them out back in 2017. Worst things you've ever set your eyes upon. Not only that, but they lost. They lost that game too. There's against Texas A&M. They came into Gainesville in Florida to try out those uniforms. Most unsightly piles of garbage I've ever seen in my life. And I'm pretty sure, I don't think they added them into this game, but they were on College Football Revamped, which was funny. Not gonna lie, I'm missing the crash outs right now. Good to know where your loyalty lies. Wait till playoff season. I'm sure there's gonna be something coming up. Rubber banding will get me pressed. Yor did it. 35 points. Yeah. Now, but the defense performing as well as they are has definitely put off a lot of the stress. I don't feel like I have to score in every single drive like I used to, because the defense actually exists for the most part, and they've been existing for a while. Like it's not like been a one and done either. Like they've consistently existed in most of these games somehow. Very weird situation, I know. I'm thrown off just as much. Well, that tends to happen right there when you give him 10 years to throw the football.
Great job by the running back here on that third down catch. There was no wasted movement. As soon as he got the ball in his hands, he turned around.
You want to see UNC black uniforms? Those would be pretty cool. But I don't think we'll see those.
One of the things I love about this kid is that he goes to work. He struggled his last game out, completed less than 50% of his throws. So back to the drawing board, back to fundamentals, and you can see that paying dividends in this game.
My line is getting clowned on right now. That's part of the reason why they've been so successful on offense, because my defensive line is not doing anything. All right, well, Goob, if you're listening, just so you know, I'm answering a comment here, so don't get mad at me or defend Lucas on his behalf, but Lucas beating you is his Super Bowl. Well, lest we forget what happened in that stream, putting up 92 points on Lucas. Yeah, I don't know if you guys knew about that or not, but yeah, Lucas hosted a stream where he was playing EA College Football. I played him for the I think this was number 5, because I was 3-1 against him before that. Well, now, I mean, I completely lit him up. I scored 92 points on him. So there you go. He's been in my Twitter. No, not only that, but he's been on my YouTube channel, just being an ass because he's mad about it. So yeah, that's what happens. Nothing you can do about it. Yay, positive run play. I think Tennessee should bring back an old rivalry and play the Sewanee Tigers. Well, I'd love that, honestly. Gives us at least one free win every single year. We never go 0-12 ever again. Well, we never even went 0-12 in the first place. So that would just conclude that we never go 0-12 ever. So, yeah, I'd like that. Y'all want me to do something funny? Y'all want to see what I did to Lucas one time? Of course you do. You want to see what I did to Lucas. I did something really funny. Like that. And as you would expect, it worked. I'm such a troll. Yeah, I'm considering making a video about Washington's 0-12 season. I've got many options. That's what's so great about the off season, is that you have many options. But I've still got a few things off the bucket list I've got to do before I get to that point. And I can't even confirm if I will. That's the problem. Oh yeah, that's a good point. No 42-17. Haha. Lamau. Oh, I tried to bait him, and I just baited myself. I didn't realize they had the fastest receiver on planet Earth, freaking Chris Pratt. Oh, my goodness. Well, that's unfortunate. All right, well, that looks like there was no 42-17 anyway. Oh, well. We were due for one thing like that happening. Larry Fedora would be a good video to make, too. Alright. Well, we might as well just get back to work like we always have. This is going to be tough. Oh, what a catch. Leroy Jenkins, what an absolute beast. You put him back there and he just makes magic happen. Nino is 15 of 15, by the way. 0 incompletions with over 300 passing yards. Heisman Trophy. Give it to her. And 50-21. It's over for y'all.
Big time moments, clutch plays, that makes those contested catches a guy that can do everything, and that's why he's putting up such great stats.
He'll start the return inside his 5. Not a lot of space to be found. Good hustle by the coverage team, and they stop him at the 21. And Arkansas ready to...
Does this Pratt also voice Mario? No, he's actually his doctor from the universe. He's Dr. Mario. Oh, good lord. Oh, and of course he breaks the tackle. There's a word for this, by the way. There's a word for this. I'm not going to say it, but it's rubber banding. It's actually 2 words, but you can put that little thing in between, and then it's 1 word. A hyphen, I think is what it's called. I'm very bad with English terms.
Trying to make magic on the scramble.
Well, you're making a positive out of a negative, and that time, nice job buying time, trying to throw the football downfield, nothing there. So instead of throwing it away, getting the incomplete, just get what you can get and make this next down more manageable.
Boom! I guess that counts as a sack. I don't know how, but great news.
The Razorbacks racing to the line in the hurry-up.
There's no way I'd be able to keep track of how many times I've said no here. There's absolutely no way I'll be able to ever keep track of that. If somebody else would want to make a video about that, then by all means, feel free to. I'd love that. But there's no way I could ever keep track of how many times I've said it. Ooh, I made the mistake of letting them burn a crap ton of clock. Oh well. 16 seconds is honestly all I need, because I'm about to do some tomfoolery here. Might be the uniforms, you guys. I don't know. I'd love to just stay 1-0 in these uniform combinations. This absolute monstrosity of a uniform combination, and then just leave it as is. But they're playing prevent as I expected, so we might be able to troll them here. We'll see. That definitely helps. All right, 50-21. Still, I faked him out right there. Acted like I was going to run, and then I threw. That's a funny haha right there. All right, this might be where the first incompletion comes. I'd certainly hope not, but it might be. Nope, he's open again. All right, I guess we're going to kick the field goal at the high skill. You kick the field goal. All right. I'd honestly just rather do that than risk an incompletion at this rate. I'm going to miss it, watch. Nope, did not miss it. All right, yay! 53-20 something, whatever. 53-21. We are doing some good work here, boys. Whatever, I don't know. Is it finally the talent fee kicking in? I think that's what's happening here. Because even when we had the talent before, we found ourselves just completely folding. So I don't know what this is about. Ever since that Syracuse loss, it's been just domination after domination. That's not dominating, though. That is potato. Yeah, I say dominating, but now watch. My defense is about to let them go and score a touchdown in literally 3 plays.
It just takes 1 play. It really can, and it's so strange, and you can't quantify it. I don't know how to describe it as a coach or as a player, but you got to make something happen, and it's got to start on this drive.
Oh. All right, well, there's play number 2. I guess play number 3 is where they're going to go ahead and score. We need John stop the run to get to cooking here. Okay, never mind. 3 plays is not enough for him. Texas and Tennessee were not cupcake games, and we still blew them out.
season, but just nothing doing.
But Arkansas put them out of this game. They put themselves out of this game way too early since they thought it was super funny to throw 3 interceptions. This is all in their quarterback. Nope. They've dominated since Squidtard gave a Tim Tebow-esque post-game speech. I hope I did say that after the Syracuse game. That would add some great narration. And then just my team just goes absolutely Super Saiyan. Because that's what's going on here, man. We are just annihilating everybody now. Again, I don't know how that's going to turn out. We're probably going to have to play... I mean, our next game is Texas A&M, so... Okay, that doesn't help. Okay, and the guy was right there to recover it. Mr. Billy Napier. Billy Dumbass. Right there to recover it, but guess what he does? Nope, I'm just going to completely whiff it and let an Arkansas guy recover it. Rubber banding in true fashion right there. When the game decides that your own AI is just going to be completely and utterly stupid. I am ashamed. And of course Nino fumbled again. That would do it. That would be the moment where Nino fumbled. It was the first run play Nino's had in a while, so it doesn't surprise me that's when the fumble came, but we can mitigate a lot of the damage here if we hold him to 3. Again, it hardly matters, but I would just rather we hold him to 3 to make myself feel better about this tomfoolery. He got it. Nope, not quite. 4th and 1. They're gonna go for it. No, they're gonna kick the field goal. Why in the world would they kick the field goal? What in the world is this about? Yeah, I wasn't buying it for a second. I thought they were gonna go ahead and fake it. Okay, that was weird. But good job on the defense there. Arkansas was in their own 20 and they held them to 3. I'll take it. Oh, give me another. Is Gooch gone? Yep. Here's Gooch with his 2nd kick return of the day. That's my guy. Let's go. I feel good about that one. Shane Gooch with his 2nd kick return. And we're up by such a significant margin, we'll probably just call it here. But first, let's get the replay on this. Because this is cinema. All right. Taking it from the 5. Past the 10, the 20, the 30, the 40, the 50. He is gone. Goodbye. Touchdown, the world's ugliest uniforms. Wonderful. Oh, this is, oh my goodness. Look at this form. Elite form. That's another one that's going to be added to the collection. I've got some options for my final thumbnail. I'll say that much. A variety of options. But yeah, we're far up. We can go ahead and sim to the next quarter. 67-24. All right, that'll do it. We'll let our sim take care of the rest, and they do so. Absolute whooping. 67-24. Oh, dadgummit. I meant to put Nino out of the game. I was going to put Bob Phillywingle in there or something. There goes our perfect completion percentage. Dang. Now it feels like a loss. Obates 2002, appreciate the $20 super chat, says Jelly Bean should get +5 tackling, +5 zone coverage, and +10 sprint speed. You got it. You got it, buddy. That's domination right there. No, Texas A&M comes to the Tangerina. .500 passing yards. More of the same for Nino. 19 of 20. Missed one completion, and then we would have had perfect completion percentage. But no interceptions, 6 touchdowns, 404 QBR. Yeah, no, that's really, really good. Receiving, yeah, most of it went to Leroy Jenkins, but everybody had some plays, as per the usual. Mario Pissman, 77. Dominic Testa, 72. Yeah. Since when did you stream? Every Saturday. Every Saturday at 8 or 7 o'clock. And when college football season starts, I'll be streaming every Saturday for Tennessee games. All right, well, 67-24. I feel like I'm going to keep saying that score for a long time. All right. So if Oklahoma could go down, I don't even know who they're playing, but if they could go down, which I don't think they are, we could go back up to number 1, but I don't think that's happening. I think we're going to have to earn it by beating them. Is Kyle Field next to a trailer park? Wouldn't surprise me. Diamond Ferrari is SEC Defensive Player of the Week. Possible Squidtard crash outs on the Tennessee games live? Oh, yeah. You should have seen me during the Ohio State game. Yeah. No, I streamed the Ohio State game, and yeah, I did. I spent 4 hours just full-on crashing out. Nino Nakano, National Offensive Player of the Week. Oh, wow. Looky there. Oklahoma lost. Well, I'll be darned. Yes, they did. Oklahoma finally went down. Who took them out? Who are they playing? Let's find out. Let's see. Week 12. Top 25. Temple won 9-7. Good job, Temple. Really contributing. Look at UCF. They're in the rankings now. Look at them. Wow, South Carolina, 2-8 South Carolina went into Norman against the number 1 undefeated team and knocked them out. Unbelievable. Good Lord, what a mess. Penn State nearly lost. They're still in it. Buffalo is back in the rankings. Uh-oh. Illinois beat Indiana 51-0. Syracuse, oh wow, well they weren't losing for a while. They were losing, but I guess they pulled away a little bit there. Pulled away just a little bit. SMU, oh yep, Kentucky beat Alabama 38-28. Kentucky might well be in the playoffs again. There's us, who's now number 1 in the nation, thanks to Oklahoma going down. Florida State barely beat UConn on the road. Oregon won. Tennessee barely won. Let's see. LSU did not barely win against Florida. Texas A&M barely won against Texas, so now they're number 2. Minnesota held on, and I guess Purdue. Did they beat Ohio State or whoever they play? It doesn't matter. But okay, never mind. I guess they did it because they lost. So the top 25 now looks like this: Syracuse up to number 5. I think we're going to be seeing them in the playoffs. Tennessee probably going to be in the playoffs. Florida State's got a shot. But right now we're number 1. Let's see what the bracket looks like. Yeah, Oklahoma would definitely be clown of the week in this scenario. Whoa! We got some games here. I guess East Carolina went down too. I didn't even see that because now Sam Houston's leading for the best group of 5 team. And it looks like they'll be playing Texas A&M and College Station if this lines up. And Tennessee versus Kentucky in Lexington. Florida State versus USC, and then Oklahoma at Syracuse. We got some good games here. Hella good games. If it lines up like that. Yeah, Purdue just completely died. Fell off the face of the earth completely. I don't feel bad, though. It kind of earned it. You been following recruiting at all? Barely. Because with recruiting, it's like, you know, it's going to change at any given moment. Literally, like tomorrow, your recruiting class could look completely different. I mean, you've got some dumbasses running around talking about how great the recruiting class is in June, and then it could completely just die off in the following year. Or not the following month, I mean. All right, well, this is definitely, yeah, Game of the Century material right here. A&M Tardaria, the top two teams in the land facing off. And we got our number 1 ranking back. We'll see how long we can maintain it for. This is also our final home game, pending we don't lose in the SEC championship. This is our final home game of the Tardaria of 2025. EA College Football 25, I mean. So we're just going to rock our traditional home uniforms. A&M can rock whatever they rock. We're ready for them. Because I remember what these assholes did to me the last time we played them. So you best guarantee I want vengeance upon the earth for what they did. Oh, wait. We do have some upgrades to do, though. Obates wanted it, so let me go ahead and do that real fast. Also got to update my push-up counter, too. That's also very, very important. By the way, we're $6 away from me hitting the gritty again. If anybody wants to contribute to that and see that nonsense again, feel free to donate. All right. So Ohio State did beat Purdue, and yeah, they completely fell out of the rankings. Good Lord, they must not value Ohio State at all. Okay. And that's a good choice for who to upgrade to, because Jelly Bean's an absolute beast. I thought he was a defensive end, though. I guess we switched him around. There he is, Jelly Bean. He was a linebacker, but he normally plays on edge. The high-end talent will rule the day, but which talent is the highest is the big question. Okay, so sprint speed, I'm assuming you're talking about speed in general, so 96 speed. Alright, and then where is tackling? There we go. So up to 86 tackling and zone coverage up to a 95. So maybe we should switch him back to linebacker at this rate. My goodness. 95 now. Jelly Bean's up to a 95 overall. It's pretty good. Actually a 92 overall, but with the upgrades I have in my coaching staff, that bumps him up to a 95. Why does that guy keep joining and leaving the server? And not only that, but he comes back with a new profile picture every time. That's something I noticed too. He's got a new profile picture every time he comes back to the server. If Tyler, if you're listening, tell him it's either TCU or Tennessee. He can't be both. We don't do two-teamers around here unless it's a group of 5 and a power 5. All right. Anyway, enough stalling. It's time for the next game, and this is a huge one. I don't believe I'm ready. Texas A&M has sort of been our kryptonite as of late. You want to talk about a team that's basically owned us throughout this dynasty? They have had no trouble beating us. They've blown us out twice. So I'd really, really want to get revenge tonight. And it just so happens that they are the best team that's not Tardaria right now. Okay, so Jelly Bean is back on the Uh-oh. Uh-oh! No! I believe we got trolled right there. Ouch. Well, that tells you everything you need to know about what's to come. We definitely got trolled right there. That's what they call a miscommunication, per se. Ow. Damn, that was bad. Well, better hope our offense shows up.
Against these teams that like to throw the football. Both these guys can do all of that.
There you go, Tank Ward. Nice.
Brought down at the 28, and it's good enough for a first down. That's a nice pickup there. They find some space in the zone and pick up the first down.
Yeah, really nice call here, Chris, to be able to pick up.
Should have upgraded a corner. Maybe that would have been the good solution. But when you got guys like Leroy Jenkins, I mean, what's the problem? You know what I mean? All Kentucky has to do is beat the freaking Dirty Birds from Tank Conference, and then they're in the playoffs. That is true. I was going to say maybe if things line up for you, you might find yourselves in the SEC Championship again. But yeah, with 3 losses, I don't think that's happening. What I don't understand is why are you ranked ahead of Tennessee when Tennessee has 2 losses and you have 3? I think there's a little bit of bias going on there. Seems a little unfair. All right, well, yeah, okay, so they absolutely trolled us last time we did anything in terms of blitzing, so might as well play it safe now. All right, well, they didn't score on the very first play, so that's progress. Good job, guys. They might score on the second play, though. Breaking 300 tackles. Good Lord, man. I mean, it's nothing new. A&M has been doing this to me ever since I started playing them, but good Lord.
Great speed, good job of picking up the first down. And Chris, you just think about some of the backs that they've had when they've had a chance to put that Texas A&M uniform on. Dante Hall, some people forget, was a Texas A&M running back. Devon H.
Yeah, would not be wise to go all in on the blitz. I don't think I'm gonna do that. Not against A&M, as they made me pay for it last time.
On the shotgun, it's a handoff.
Good Lord, they're killing me with the run game. They've got Esteban Gash. Where did they pick this guy up from? He must have been from like Metro Atlanta or something, because this guy's got to be a 5-star. He's killing me. Yeah, I think you should stick to the anything regarding the run game. You should stick to your running back. That obviously didn't pan out the way you wanted it to.
Every aspect of that play was taken away. The quarterback got into desperation mode and loses yards. Now they're behind the sticks.
The offense goes 5 wide.
More recent SEC Championship game appearance. Is that what they're basing it on?
Looking to pass here on 2nd down.
Oh, no, now they're... Okay. I was going to say, if now he's taking off and he's going to be the friggin' Arkansas quarterback all over again, then we'd have to put a spy on him, and that's the last thing I want. 3rd and 14. I think you guys can hold down the fort for one play. I put too much faith in you. But good news is he dropped it, so it all pans out in the end anyway.
How'd he do it? Impossible!
Caught a lucky break right there is all I can say. Dude was friggin' wide open. Yeah, we can't go out with an L in our final home game of the series. We just can't. I will not allow it. We definitely don't have good field position to start out with. We do have... Nope, we don't have that. Antonio Brown was wide open and streaking down the field, but because the offensive line can't exist for more than a nanosecond, it all resulted in that. All right.
crucial third down play coming up after that run. Dropping back, looking to throw for the first down.
I think Mark Stoops really got traded for Ryan Day. Look what happened to Ohio State. Oh, yeah, Ohio State's a complete mess, but I don't think they traded. I just think Ohio State lost Ryan Day and then hired somebody they weren't supposed to. Probably Butch Jones.
And he drops back in the gun.
Well, might as well lob it deep, see what happens. Oh, bro, Leroy Jenkins has got to be, like, he's got to be in the negatives in terms of catching stats, because what in the hell, man?
Receiver coming in motion now. A pop pass on the jet sweep.
All right, well, that's at least 5 yards out of that. What do we do now?
The offense now looking at a third and short from their own 40, trying to keep this drive going. Back to throw again.
As bad as BK has been, I don't think he's been that bad. Okay, that's not good, though. 4th and 3. All right, we're going to... You already know what I'm going to do here. There's no way I'm giving it back to my defense. Not in this situation. See, panned out in the great. I'm a very risky individual. And a smart individual. You know, if Leroy Jenkins could just catch, this game would be over by now. That's what I know. Well, we weren't even able to get that one off.
He was under some heavy pressure. Incomplete, so it's second down and 10. Here's the snap. Offense looking to throw the ball.
Oof. I 100% expected him to drop that one.
We're in the first quarter. He's already got 100+ receiving yards.
This guy is big time and living up to the hype. I mean, you and I both.
Yeah, but regardless of that, you know, it's almost like that for Ohio State, where you really, really wonder where Lou Holtz is.
Second down after that run on the previous play.
What do you guys think he's doing on a random night in 2029?
There's a shot toward the end.
Great. Mario Pissman friggin' wide open for a touchdown, and it's going to come back for a freaking... No, never mind. Okay, never mind. It's not coming back for a hold. Because it's not a hold. It's a pass interference. Yay. Since they aren't going to show it on replay, I'm going to show it on replay. Bam. Beautiful.
Try to add the lead now to PAT. The extra point gives them a 14-7 lead. Kickoff team is on the field. Let's see if they give the returner a chance to bring this one back.
Yeah, and I meant to say roughing the passer, but grammatical radical error.
He's going to bring this out.
Oh! Oh, well, looky there. Oh, boy. Oh, how the turns have tabled. There you go. Well, that's not quite a score, but all we need is a tight end to do something here. They never expect the shotgun, 3 yards to go, but I did it anyway. But you know what? They never expect the run. Nino Nakano scores. I think I'm a Nino Nakano merchant. That's what I am, because all of the touchdowns we've had this season have been based on Nino. Remember back when we were a running offense? Remember that? Good times. Hey Squid, could you make a video on the 2026 World Cup? Sorry, I don't know anything about it, so I cannot do that. Force another one. Oh, rats. Oh well. That was Kyler Destroyer who made that play. What a beast. Kyler Destroyer has been probably the defensive playmaker of all time. And there's Kerry Osmond coming in for a sack. Oh, they're done. They had that one insane touchdown, and then now they have gone completely limp.
Second down, we're going to throw it. Caught near the sideline, but just a short gain.
All right, what do we do here? Do we play prevent? Yeah, I'm going to do it. I'm probably going to regret it because not everybody's going to be where they're supposed to be, but we're going to do it anyway. I'll take control of Natsu and see what happens. Well, that'll do. All right.
How'd he do it? Impossible!
I didn't really predict the fact that A&M is a bunch of pansy asses, but works better for me.
And he'll kick it away now for the second time.
Oh, well. They did not get fooled by the spin move. All right, 21-7. Not a bad way to end the first quarter. Let's see if we can continue it up. Let's see if we can continue the whooping.
Offense has a first down. Looking out throwing here to start the drive.
I'm going to just have Nino take off.
Using his legs on the scramble.
Go down, bam. You take a hit in that position, I know your ass is fumbling the football, so.
They did a good job of getting pressure on the quarterback, but man, make the play, bring him down. Instead, they give up positive yards here on the scramble.
Oh, yeah. Antonio Brown is gone. Yes. Should have just played the scoring theme before we even scored. Next time I see them in that formation, I'm literally just gonna do that. And we got lucky there because I think my lineman held. I think Billy Napier. I think he just held on that play, so we kind of lucked out on that one. Well, I don't think there's any of that Aggie Mickey Mousery going on tonight. I don't know what you all think, but I don't think we're getting any of that.
Return begins inside the 10.
I just don't think they could handle. I really don't think they could handle the absolute power that is the Tangerina. Not many can. Unless you're the Syracuse Orange, nobody just comes into the Tangerina and beats the Tardaria Squidtards.
Another short game for this offense on the ground, and you got to give a lot of credit to the defense. They have really negated that aspect of this offense the entire first half, and really making them.
I don't know why you do a read option when you have the slowest quarterback in existence. That certainly doesn't add up to me. That's like trying to run the ball with Peyton Manning. Unless you're at the goal line, that just don't work. What, you think Peyton Manning's just going to take off and start running at Mach 10 speed? Be real. What do they have here? What do they have planned? Oh, no. Oh, my goodness. Are you serious? Yeah. He's in triple coverage, by the way. He threw that into triple coverage. Three defenders around that one, and not a single one of them was smart enough to even bat the ball down. Not only did they not even bat the ball down, they let him catch it, and then additionally let him run the rest of the way for a touchdown. If that's not a TM trademark Tardaria defense moment, I don't know what is.
Solid job by the coverage team. They bring him down at the 16. And the offense trots back out on the field again.
Ay, ay, ay.
First play of the drive, they'll come out throwing.
And then of course, come on, guys, wake up, please. Can we not let them come back into this ball game? I thought for a moment he caught that. I was about to go insane. That would have been the most glorious catch I've ever seen in my life. Oh boy, yeah, it looks like we're giving the ball right back to him is what this is looking like. Wow. See, they know how to bat the ball down. Apparently, we're too stupid to do that. Here's a very rare punt for you guys. Normally, I wouldn't trust the defense, but when it's fourth and a billion, I don't think it'd be the wise idea to try anything.
Here comes the Aggies offense back on the field. They reached the end zone the last time out, trying to do the same thing here. Looking to throw it on first down.
See? It all worked out in the end. What a play. What a heads-up play right there. Dingus LaFelony. He's been on a roll as of lately. Shout out to Dingus, bro. It's his, I think that's his like 4th interception in the last 2 games. The neutralizer comes in through the clutch. Now we can roll again. Oh, this is going to be a good gain. Here it goes. A sophomore. 18, and he takes it all the way home. There we go. Talent fee came in at the end there. I will say I'm definitely glad I did not go for it on 4th and long there. I'm really glad about that. All right. Well, that takes a little bit of the edge off. That had me concerned for a minute there, because if A&M scored there, this was going to be a one-score game. Yeah, but every time I bench him, temporary injuries happen in the game, and then they come back and they just stay as the starters for some reason. So I just gave up on trying to, throw them out of the game completely, because then they just reappear. It's like back in that one meme of The Simpsons where whatever that guy's name is, I've never watched The Simpsons. He throws the guy out of the bar, and then the guy appears right behind him. That's what some of these guys on the defense are. You take them out for a game, and then they reappear.
That's how you limit what an offense wants to do. This time, the defense just wanted to battle up front at the line of scrimmage, not giving up any big plays. Everybody's gap sound. It's really solid.
That's nice. Thank you for that. I like that. Oh boy, what do we do here? Do we leave it? Oh boy. All right, I'm gonna leave it to zone. I was gonna play man there, but I don't know, man. I don't know. Okay, I did not anticipate him trying to run out of the pocket, but considering he's got that Peyton Manning speed, we're in a good position. Ooh, okay, that's a decent little punt return there. Dingus LaFelony is the new Quandale Dingle. Well, tonight he has been the new Quandale Dingle. Dude has been destroying it. There you go, Antonio Brown. This guy's been a clutch tight end. He's been about, I'd say he's been just as good as Harold Flower was. And Harold Flower was probably one of my favorite players to touch the field. All right, we're going to have Nino take off. Whoop. Under 2 minutes to go, and it looks like it's going to be yet another blowout. That doesn't add up well for me. All right. Let's see. I think we're gonna have Pissman come out here. Or okay, he'll just. That was I don't really know how to describe that. We're just gonna pretend that didn't happen. It's 3rd down. Go Nino, and Nino's got it. Easy.
Might as well be in different leagues, not conferences, different leagues.
Excuse me. Water went down the wrong pipe. Okay, defense. Can y'all hold the fort down for a minute 34? That's the question. Nakano has legs. That's certainly a statement. 42-17 in play. Oh boy. Oh, I'll be right back. I have returned. This is what you've done to me, by the way. I've had to return to this. Oh, for Christ. Hold on, I'll be right back again. Okay, now I'm back for real. I had to get the cats out of my sister's room. But as I was saying, this is what you've done to me. After a play like that, all you can do is accept it for what it is and go grab a Seagram. Because I might need... Yeah, after that, I need one of those. Good Lord.
My grandkids could do better than that.
Simple throw, all the yards after the catch. Explosive play by the receiver to score.
Just a dynamic, athletic playmaker. As simple as you said, Chris, just throw him the football, he makes a catch, and then all the fireworks are after the catch, and this defense just unable to corral him.
And the PAT is good.
Yeah, no. 42-17 is just completely banned off of this channel, apparently. Supernatural forces prevent it from being a reality.
And from deep in the end zone, he'll bring it out. And he's brought down at the 6.
Don't worry, one of your players will be Defensive Player of the Year for whatever reason. Hey, just because my secondary is a big loaf of diarrhea doesn't necessarily mean my entire defense is bad. My line is fine. The line has never really been the problem. Sometimes they've been, because sometimes they'll come out and they'll let the quarterback stand out in the pocket for 10 years, but that wasn't one of those cases. Just my DBs completely jump off on an island and die.
That's a nice wrap up there by the junior.
We're run out of time here.
10 out of the half. The tuck strategy here. So a very makeable third down.
Yeah, there's just I guess there's just certain formations that just completely crumble under that type of pressure. There's Nino again on the run.
That's a great example of why we see these college football coaches bringing in baseball coaches to teach these quarterbacks how to slide in key situations. You want to protect your franchise guy? Make sure you...
Might as well toss it up to Leroy Jenkins. Oh, what a catch! You're telling me that you can't catch most of the easiest passes I hand to you, but you catch that? Seriously? Good grief. What are we doing here? That's what I want to know. Oh, we'll do that. Literally, easiest touchdown run I've ever had in my entire life. Only problem is we've handed him 30-something seconds to do something stupid here and make my life miserable again.
Stop. Fields it inside the 5-yard line. And he's tackled at the 21.
All right. Another rushing touchdown for Nakano. Yeah, Nino's got to win the Heisman this year. I think by now, I think Nino, at the bare minimum, has clinched it. Minnesota going down, I think, has put us in prime position to do so. Oh, you've got to be kidding me. The fact that he escaped that, are you serious right now? That is insane. How do you escape that? Yeah, the Squidtard strike back. That's pretty much what happened. Oh, rats. Still managed to get 4 yards out of that. Oh, well, as long as we prevent them from getting the big-time score, then it all ends well. 5 seconds, 4 seconds, 3 seconds. And now they'll take their final play, which is a check down, and that's it. That's your half. 49-21. Not bad. Not bad. UTEP winning 14-3 over Bama right now. Well, I've given them the motivation, per se.
Each of these two offenses has looked like well-oiled machines, but it doesn't take a genius to
All right.
these two passing attacks have run so
Let's keep it moving.
these defenses. Man or zone, nothing seems to be working, and I'm not sure that defensive coordinator is going to be able to figure things out here at halftime.
All right. Yeah, let's see if we can get Leroy Jenkins up and open again.
Picturesque settings in the game, Sun Bowl.
Oh my goodness, what a freaking effort by that defensive lineman. Or, no, corner, I mean. Oh, wow! Okay, we'll take it. Avancino, I hope that's pronouncing that right. Thank you for the $10 super chat. It says, just discovered your channel a couple of days ago, and I've been really enjoying your videos. Keep up the amazing content. Coming from a Michigan fan, I'm used to the Stallions jokes. Well, get used to them. Hey, good news is, for you, is that those jokes we might be changing to a new one-liner when it comes to Michigan soon, if those Harbaugh things turn out to be true. But appreciate the $10 super chat, and appreciate the support, man. Hope you stick around.
Man, nothing is more aggravating for a defensive coordinator than this right here. You've got him. You got a chance to make a play on him, take him out of his rhythm, but
Let's do something funny here. Oh, no. Squid, what is your funniest story you have from your school days? You're going to have to give me a minute to think about that one, because I've got some pretty funny moments from my knowledge. Unfortunately, pretty much all of them are at my own expense, but I do have some pretty funny moments. I've always been sort of a stand-up student when it comes to anything school-related. I've never really gotten in trouble, never really gotten any sort of altercations, or really necessarily had any funny moments. Also, we got to pause for a second. What a freaking catch by Leroy Jenkins. But I don't really have all that many. Like, I have some funny moments I can think of off the top of my head, but some of it I wasn't even involved. Again, you're gonna have to give me a second to think about it. But I do know some funny moments.
at least underneath to the drag route and get some positive yards.
He'll be taken down, but a penalty flag on the field.
This doesn't really pertain to school entirely. In fact, I don't really think it pertains to school much of it at all. But back when I ran cross country, I ran cross country. I used to have a non-Chick-fil-A belly. But back when I ran cross country back in high school, I still had a pretty messy diet, per se. And I'm trying to say that the best way I can. Really, a lot of it was because I drank a lot of soda. And I didn't realize the complications that came with that until I started running frequently in cross country. So one day when I was running, it was at school. Everybody was running on the track. We were doing sprints. And obviously sprints, back and forth when you're doing all those sprints, especially on an uphill incline like we were doing, that can be extremely detrimental to your body and obviously takes a toll. Well, I didn't realize how much of a toll it takes on you, especially with the bad diet. And I figured that out the hard way. About 30 minutes into it, roughly 30 minutes into it, I'd say, I was feeling really, really bad abdominal pain and stomach pain. And I went to my coach and I was like, hey, I'm feeling this really bad stomach pain. You care if I sit down for a minute? And then so I did that. And then it got worse and worse and worse and worse. And so I was sitting there. And then at this point now, I'm keeled over. And people are coming to me like, hey, man, don't throw up on us. I'm like, I don't think that's going to be a problem. That's not the pain I'm feeling. By the end of practice, about an hour later, I was basically laying on the floor thinking I was going to die. So my parents pick me up, take me to the ER, and now it's like serious. Now everybody's wondering, oh my gosh, what's wrong with Squidtard? But it's obviously they're not saying Squidtard, they're saying something else. But they're like, what's wrong with Squid, man? He's obviously in some serious pain. So now I'm in the hospital bed, aching like I'm going to die. I'm already thinking about what I'm going to say for my final words. And all of a sudden, I'm like, hey, I need to go to the bathroom right now. Can you take me to the bathroom? And so I got kind of assisted to the bathroom, closed the door. I go in and, not even joking, unleash a monstrosity, per se, onto that toilet. I have never once taken a bigger dump in my life than I have there. And thankfully, those hospital beds are extremely durable and can take some damage. But right after I took that dump, I came out, felt all better. I mean, I felt like a completely new man coming out of that. I was like, oh, hey, I'm no longer going to die. I feel wonderful now. So it turns out, running with a bad diet messes with your stomach quite frequently, and causes you to have serious constipation. So, moral of the story is, I thought I was dying from cross-country running, and turns out I was just extremely constipated. Yeah, there you go. So obviously, after that, I had to limit my diet, change what I ate, all that, and things were better after that. I have a lot of cross-country experiences. I can tell you guys about that. I ran cross-country my sophomore and junior year of high school, and I have some experiences I can tell you guys about that. In fact, the only reason I got into it was was actually my ex-girlfriend, Hannah. See, back in high school, I used to have a massive crush on her, and the funny part about her is that she was my mentor, my high school mentor, the first person I ever met going into high school. And then she was in one of my classes at the end of freshman year, and we got along really well. She told me about cross country, like, ooh, I run cross country. Would you be interested in that? And I was like, maybe. And so I took part in cross country, started running. Then we obviously came closer after that, and then became a little bit of joke among the other guys running the team. They're like, oh, well, Squidtard might actually date him. And I was like, come on, guys, that's not happening. See, I had low moral self-esteem, so I didn't really think I had much of a chance. She was extremely popular, by the way, so put that into consideration. She was extremely popular, and I was the introvert of the group, always kept to myself, never really interacted much with the team outside of meets and practice. So it became sort of like a running gag type of thing where I had a crush on her, and that was all there was to it. Then fast forward to the start of my junior year, I actually grew a pair and asked her out. Well, it turns out she was moving. Yes, she was moving out of the state of Tennessee and moving to California. So once I learned that, I was like, shit. Everything hurts. Then, fast forward to, I think, like a week later, she asked me in private if I was being serious when I asked her out. I was like, yeah, of course I am. And then that's when she said, so do you want to go out? Then, yeah, the rest is history when it comes to that. I said no. Yeah, I did not say no. And, okay. Look, can y'all knock it off? I'm trying to explain a story about my ex-girlfriend, and y'all are messing it up by being jackasses. I hate this defense.
My grandkids could do better than that.
And they're able to tack on the extra point. And as we take a break to flip ends of the field, let's take a quick...
Yeah, but anyway, well, as I was saying, for those of you wanting to know, because I said ex-girlfriend, so obviously I'm not with her anymore, the long distance definitely did have a part in that. In fact, it was a huge part of that. Because before her, I had another long distance relationship with a girl I met from the beach, and that obviously didn't pan out well. I'm not going to go into details on that one because there's not much of a point. But that one did not pan out well at all. So naturally, once, you know, she moved over to California, I kept the relationship going for a little while. I was like, you know what, this is fine. We can keep this thing going. And then two months pass, and I was like, yeah, this ain't working for me, because she was in a position where her mother was strict on her, and, you know, she barely had any time to talk to me outside of the late night hours. Shout out to Mario Pissman, by the way. Good job, Mario Pissman. But she really couldn't even talk to me outside of the late night hours. And so that turned into us having completely different sleep schedules and messed with me and my schoolwork, because she wasn't able to talk to me until like 9 o'clock her time. And you can see how that's a problem, because 9 o'clock her time is past midnight over here in Knoxville. So I was completely messing with my sleep schedule, and it just did not work out at the end. So I just said, man, screw this. This is messing with me. And so we ended it. We are on good terms now. You know, we talk from time to time. Other than that, though, yeah, not much really else came out of that. But I thought it was a pretty magical moment, because you can imagine, is the girl I've been crushing on for like 2 years, and then I ask her out and she actually says yes. Euphoric moment right there. Everybody hates rejection, but the best advice I can give you is, anybody who doesn't pop the question to any girl that they like is automatically getting rejected, because you aren't even asking her out. And usually when you expose a part of yourself to somebody like that and tell them how you truly feel, it reveals a part of themselves that you may otherwise not have known. So were the parents super religious or something? I can't recall. I never met her parents, so I can't really say for sure, but I don't think that had any part to do with it, if I'm being honest. I think it had something to do with housing, being closer to family, because I think her mother's side of the family had a lot of relatives that lived there. And I think that turned into what that was. We're just gonna keep exchanging blows for a little while. Don't mind me. Don't stop. If you knew my track record with girls after that, see, that was my last year of high school was 2020. I broke things off with Hannah around the start of 2019. In fact, I reference her in some of my 2018 videos back when she was still when we were still dating. I referenced her in a few of my videos. When we beat Auburn back in 2018, I referenced how it was revenge for my girlfriend, since that Auburn beat Washington that year, and she was a Washington fan. See, we're just going to be exchanging blows for a little bit. Don't mind me. But yeah, my track record afterwards was really, really, really bad. And I'll admit, part of it was definitely my fault. And this is coming from somebody who obviously knows better by this point. But I did some stupid things back in high school. Like really, really stupid things. Things that I regret, for certain. Now, it's not like I did anything illegal or anything like that. So, but I did, like, you know, typical high school stupidity, if you could say so. It was some of that. And naturally, it ended in heartbreak, which I very much deserved, by the way. Yeah. I mean, there's quite a few examples that I can list for you guys on here. I have had an incredibly bad track record after the Washington fan. Terrible track record. And I could just go one by one and list them off, and I think it gets worse as it progresses. That's the problem. Dude, some of us haven't dated. Don't beat yourself up. Well, I'm not. I'm not. When it comes to her, like, it was just a matter of us being in a different part of the country, and long distance just never meant to work out for the two of us. And that's all there was to it. I don't regret anything I did with her particularly. Everything after that, though, I do regret.
And the receivers got it. And the game will pick up the first down. Tackle at the 22. Just checking the stats after that last completion.
My latest one was probably the stupidest, if I say so. And the only reason why I haven't gone into detail about it yet is because she might be listening. Hell, we got time. Might as well explain it. So, if you guys are curious, listen well. I am 2023, I think. Yeah, 2 years ago. Roughly, little less than 2 years ago, because I met this girl at UT my second semester back in the fall of 23, that semester. She was in 3 of my classes, so we naturally saw each other a lot. And, you know, at first, when I first saw her, I didn't really have any feelings or anything, because, you know, it was just one person. But she was, I mean, obviously she was really cute. Very attractive woman. Very attractive. So, other than that, really, I didn't have any interest in her. But then we got paired up with a couple of other people in a group. And that's when we started hitting it off. Because I was telling her about my food habits, and then there's like, oh, there's some places you definitely need to try. And I was like, oh, are you inviting me out? And she was like, yeah, sure. And then we never went out, and I never really pressed her about it. But sometimes, you know, we'd talk for a bit, and then she'd tell me about the food places I need to go eat with her. And I was like, hell yeah, let's do it. And then we can invite the other people in the group. And it was like, you know, it was just like, I never really took it further other than, oh, we're just friends that met each other working in a group together. But yeah, as the semester developed, you know, we talked a bit more. And again, I never really took it as us just being more than friends. Or us being just friends, you know what I mean? I never tried to push it. But eventually, you know, time passed, and it was a weird situation because some days she'd be extremely talkative to me, and then other days she would just ghost me like I'm not even there. I'd talk to her, then she'd just ignore me. And she'd be right next to me, and I'd be talking to her. It's like, how's your day? And then she just doesn't respond. I'm like, what? So, again, did not push it because of that. But yeah, the semester went on. We'd have days where we talked. We'd have days where she'd just ghost me and act like I don't exist. So then eventually the final day of the semester comes around. We're talking about something I don't remember. But before I left, I did ask her. I did say, hey, I know we've put this off for a while, but I was wondering if sometime soon you'd like to go out. And then she said, yeah, sure. And so I was like, okay, great. 2 weeks passed by. Then I reach out to her, because I had her Snap, and I reached out to her on Snap. I was like, hey, so are we planning to go out soon? And she was like, yeah, sure, just got some things to take care of, okay. And so then we just start talking on there, and by now, you know, I'm starting to realize that there's something off. There's a truth here that I'm not being told. And then at the end of, like, going into 24, that's when it really all came to truth, when the truth came to light. Because she posted something about her cat, and I was like, hey, you got a cute cat there, so LOL, something like that. Just something generic to get a conversation going. And then I look again, and yeah, she blocked me. Let me go ahead and say this. You know, I'm pretty sure this all started out with her talking to me. I think she initiated a conversation with me before I initiated one with her. And then suddenly, when it looks like she's developed some sort of interest in me, now, all of a sudden, she hasn't. And again, you know, I'm not trying to be out here like some incel, you know, like, I deserve to be I deserve to be on a date with her or whatever. Like, yeah, no, obviously not. And I never took it that way. I just thought it was a friend that could maybe at some point sooner down the line maybe develop into something more. But I never pushed it beyond that. I never asked her if we wanted to go out or if I could be your boyfriend, anything like that. I just asked if she wanted to go out sometime. Is this something I did? I don't know. But whatever it was, suddenly out of nowhere, she suddenly completely lost interest in me. So, I don't know what moral of the story you can get from that. Maybe it's try not to understand everybody around you, because more often than not, you won't. Yeah, so, in conclusion, shit be whack. I did tell her about my channel, though. So she might be watching, she might not be watching. I'm going to go out on a limb and say that she's not watching, but if she is, and you're watching right now and you're listening to this, let me know what I did wrong. That would be really great.
This one has been a beatdown for the ages, a demolition, an evisceration. First play of the drive, they'll come out throwing. And it's incomplete. The defender arrived at the same time as the football.
Yeah, I've been on that tangent for so long, I didn't even realize we just put up 84 points on my freaking arch nemesis who's beating me in blowout fashion. Feels good to finally get the blowout on them, but they're about to score again. The problem is women just seem to be more interested in money than me. Well, to throw every single woman into one specific group, it is being an incel. And I don't think you mean that necessarily. But, I mean, there are obviously good people out there. And, you know, eventually you'll find them. And again, you have to consider the fact that this girl I met in college, a lot of people, I'm not throwing anybody in any particular group here, but a lot of people in college don't know what they want at all. So I had to kind of throw that into consideration when thinking about it. But yeah, I wouldn't try putting your mind on it, is all I can really say, because the more time you try and put into that thought, it's just gonna mess you up. Frick. Okay. You gonna go to bed? Alright, see you, T-Paulus. This has nothing to do with Smokey or Scooter's origin story? No, this has nothing to do with Scooter's story. This Scooter and Smokey came into the picture way after this whole thing happened. Well, that's an ass whooping. I do think by the way, now that we just put the whooping on him, I think it is time to hit the gritty. I don't know why I make like a Roblox death noise every time I hit the gritty, but there you go. Yeah, for the girl that I just asked about why you blocked me, I think I just figured out why. I think that answers my questions. Okay, let's see. Oh my goodness, almost 900 yards. 768 passing yards. It's a pretty good day. 30 of 40, 9 touchdowns, no interceptions. I don't know about you guys, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. That's going to beat a lot of teams. Her cat might have died. Well, no, it was a picture she just took. It wasn't like one that she just pulled out of the archives. No, that was literally a cat she just got. Because when I met her, she didn't have a cat, and then she had a cat. Oh, no, that was that. Yeah, no. That wasn't. It wasn't because of the cat. That's all I know. It's not every woman, just the ones I've dated. I'm not a dumbass like Nick Fuentes. Ugh. What did you figure out? Oh, it was a joke. Because I imagine that she pulled in on the stream and then just saw me hitting the gritty like a dumbass. So, there you go. Seems like you got to talk about romance more, and you can ass whoop everyone. Well, hopefully I can do that here because it's time for the SEC championship. Nino Nakano, SEC Offensive Player of the Week. Who would have thought? I know, crazy, stunning revelation even. Whoa, what? Oklahoma went down again. Uh-oh. Tennessee and Tardaria and a rematch. All right. Feed me again, why don't ya? If y'all want another whooping, you're going to get it. The Panthers. Oh, no. Syracuse, no. Oh, no, Syracuse. Why? Oh, no. You fools. Oh, are they done? Are they at... Well, Nino Nakano's at least leading the Heisman race, but are they done? They're number 10, so maybe they're not out of it yet. Oh, they're hanging on by a thread. They're 9-3. Are they... Oh, boy. And Marshall's back in the race. Buffalo is back in the race. Look at this. Everybody's coming to play. A&M, Buffalo, Syracuse, all my enemies are here. Oh no. It's a whole parade of enemies. Ay, ay, ay. Well, this is Army Navy. That's a bye. But yes, let's see the conference championships. So we got Oklahoma State versus Baylor 2021 rematch right there. Uh-oh. Troy Marshall, East Carolina versus Charlotte, Tennessee versus Tardaria, New Mexico versus Air Force, SMU versus Miami, and then USC versus Minnesota. So this is interesting. Syracuse is not even playing in their own conference championship. That's 10 conference championship is an unranked versus a 12th ranked SMU. That is important, by the way, because that could potentially knock out. If Miami pulls off something stupid, that could potentially knock out Syracuse. Hell, I think whichever team wins that might be done. Let's see. Let's check it again. Yeah, this could be the end of Syracuse. I really hope not. I'd certainly hope not. I really hope that doesn't end Syracuse. I really want them to be in the playoffs. That's gonna piss me off if they wound up being like 13th or something. Then I'll have to talk about their hypothetical strength of schedule. What's the angriest you've ever gotten at a Tennessee game? Is it the Georgia State loss? Yeah, no doubt about it. Georgia State loss, by far angriest I've ever gotten at a Tennessee game. 10 discussion, I'll find someone, but whatever happens, happens. I don't want to use anyone for my own benefit. That's a good way of putting it. It'll come in due time. You don't need to force yourself to find the right one. Otherwise, you're just never going to find it. I sometimes have to tell that to my own friends because they fall for the same trap. They want to fast forward and accelerate finding the right one, and it never works out in their favor. All right, well, this is going to be tough. This is going to be close. Who did I guess Oklahoma. Yeah, Oklahoma blew it. They pissed away their chance. Let's see. So Kentucky was not that far away. Kentucky, of course, loses to Tennessee again. Shocker. LSU, Oklahoma, A&M, Georgia, Missouri, Texas. Vandy finished out 1-11 with their only win. I guess their only win was against Auburn. Yep, that's an Auburn moment right there. Bama finished 6-6. UTEP, I guess, beat Bama because they're 4-8, but finished ahead of Bama. Mississippi State, South Carolina, Florida finished 5-7. Wow, the SEC was ass this year. There's only like 6 good teams, and everybody else is terrible, including Georgia. Lol. All right, let's check our stats real quick, and then we'll go ahead and move on to the game. This will be our last game of the night, and then we're going to continue with the playoffs next season, or next week, I mean. All right, well, here we go. Nino Nakano, 5,000 yards already. Might hit 6,000 before the season comes to a close. Rushing the ball, Balthazar Fox bottom. Only 78 carries for 600-something yards. We're not a heavy run team this time. Leroy Jenkins kind of carrying the passing yards. But a sophomore 18, Leroy Jenkins had the same amount of touchdowns. Antonio Brown with 10 touchdowns. Mario Pisman has some receptions. Stuart Little, 23. Bubble screen. Everybody's getting a little bit when it comes to the wide receiver corps. The defense, Kerry Osbin carrying, who would have thought? Sonato fanfiction. I guess it was good that we kept him around, because now he seems to be well better off going into the latter half of the season.
Oh, wow!
That guy with the $10 super chat, much appreciated.
Might as well be in different leagues, not conferences, different leagues.
Indeed. Appreciate it, buddy. And you do have 10 points to spend on any specific player if you want that. That's going to be one of the worst that's got to be one of the worst aging comments you've ever seen in your entire life. That different leagues comment. All right, anyway. It is time for the moment everybody's been waiting for. We probably don't need to manage our staff. I think everybody's fine. Yeah, look at them. Everybody's level 50. Hopefully they stick around after this year, but it's not like it's going to matter anyway. We're going to see a brand new staff anyway once we get to College Football 26. All right, well, that was the end of the regular season. So now it is time. I think you guys know what I'm going to do here. I think you guys know what's about to happen. I am a madman. I do not listen to the rules. Double it, give it to the next person. Well said. Okay, well, we'll put that into consideration once it gets to playoff time. Here we go, boys. Ladies, gentlemen, it is time for the SEC Championship against the Tennessee Volunteers.
Conference championship game. There's simply nothing quite like the intensity when an SEC.
Prepare your booties for the all-orange matchup, Part 2.
Who have made their mark on this occasion. The intensity is simply unmatched. Can't wait for this one. This is a matchup we've all been waiting for. Two teams.
Oh yeah.
in the top 5 battling for a pressure.
Thing is, how are you supposed to tell which fan? How are you supposed to tell which fan? Look, it's just a sea of orange. It is a complete sea of orange in the stands. You don't know which fan base who's who. Tennessee Tardaria. What a game this is going to be. They want another whooping. They're going to get another. That's what's going to happen. Let's see how bad it is. Oh, it's awful. Oh my goodness, this is awful. Oh no. Oh my goodness. How am I supposed to figure out who's who? Best of luck, everyone. That's all I can say. Alright, here we go. At least a positive gain right there. Well, okay, at least it's not impossible, but it definitely ain't easy, I'll say that much. They are definitely not making this easy.
Finds that big tight end for a short pass.
Tennessee's got a brighter shade of orange. That's pretty much all I have to go off of. Otherwise, yeah, it's just a complete guessing game. Take off, Nino. Let's go.
Fresh set of downs. It's 1st and 10. Here's the snap. Looking to
Oh,
throw
yeah.
here.
Leroy Jenkins all alone in the end zone. It's another touchdown for him. We got to get to the push-ups, too. Oh, come on. Hit the gritty for him, Leroy. Hit the gritty for him, Leroy. Come on. Ugh. All right, PAT time, baby. I don't know why I'm so hyped about the PAT. It would be funny if I was faking it, though.
And it's 7-0 after the BAT.
Now, this is the Orange Bowl Part 2. Part 3 will hopefully be coming some point in the playoffs. As long as, well, the football gods shine down on Syracuse, because they're going to need it.
Makes it to the 16. That's good coverage there. The Volunteers offense takes the field.
Friggin' Pittsburgh.
Well, it's not easy to narrow down the impact players who just
Who let Rich Rod take over for friggin' Syracuse? That's what I want to know.
That's why I think this matchup is so exciting. Two good teams with great individual players.
Why doesn't Tardaria have a mask on the sideline? They've got one on their helmet, so they don't need a mask. Oh my!
receiver looks it in. It's complete. Oh, and nothing but green grass ahead. The 10. No stopping him.
Raise your hand if you were surprised by that one. Yeah, nobody raises their hand.
Chris, how about that? A quick slant that goes for this many yards and a touchdown? That's what's so dangerous about this quarterback and wide receiver. Quarterback puts the ball right on the...
I bet you Tardaria, I bet you our friggin' DBs were guarding each other. They couldn't figure out whether or not they were wide receivers or DBs.
They'll return it from inside the 5.
See what I mean?
Coverage seam ends him in and
We've got my own guy tackling me. We're really smart individuals. Freaking Hendon Hooker 2.0. Tired of this. Sick and tired of it.
here's a throw underneath the tight end.
Love to see the short passing game is a great go-to for any offensive coordinator in the first quarter because it's reliable and allows you to see how the defense is reacting. That can open up for other...
Oh my... Hey, number 28. I don't know if you realize, but you know you're supposed to do a thing on that play called blocking. It's kind of like the whole premise of the outside run. Don't know if you realize that, but appreciate you not doing your job. You might not have one after this is over. A far-ra. We might have to far-ra. I really hate to far-ra, but we might have to far-ra. You want to see something funny? Of course you do.
Going for a big play downfield. Catch made down inside the 25.
Look, he gave up. Do you see that? He gave up. He gave up. He said, nah, I'm good. I'm done. You can watch this again. Look at this. He gave up. He straight up quit. He said, no, I'm done. He was not. While I do my push-ups, let's watch that again, shall we? Look at Num Head. Boy, that's bad. That's terrible. Nino Nakanona has 70 total touchdowns. Yeah, Heisman. I don't know what you guys think, but that's Heisman material.
Now they get set to kick it away.
You might as well invite just the entire Tardaria offense to New York.
Inside the 5.
That would be, I think, the better idea. the better alternative. There's so many playmakers on the offense, you might as well just bring the entirety of it to New York.
It was a one-play touchdown drive through the air last time. The defense makes some adjustments. Gain of 2 yards. Now it's 2nd down and 8. The Vols come to the line looking to crank up the tempo. Looking to pass. It's York.
Oh, you're done. You're done, buddy. You're done. Get off of my field.
God save the Queen!
His defense is bringing pressure from all the
Okay, well,
and that's the key in putting together a good defensive strategy. On this play,
if we know what's good here, we're dropping everybody back.
So a tricky situation here. 3rd and very long inside your own 20. How much of a risk do you take? You know this defense could be very
Ooh.
aggressive.
Oh, boy. Oh, he's running. Yeah, get out of here. Zach York. Boy, I cannot wait. I don't have to deal with your ass anymore after this.
downfield, and they recognize the quarterback scramble. He almost comes up with his first down, but they keep him short to set up.
We're back from watching the Kent State vid. Well, all you've really missed is just me putting the absolute whooping on these teams. Plus, the additional stories of my past relationships. This could work. It. Are you real? Are you real? Dude wasn't even in what? D1 receiver. D1 receiver. Not only that, but the D1 receiver of the top team in the nation. Are you real? Yeah. You are real. That's the problem. We're fixing that right now. That's unforgivable. Stuart Little. Yeah, you've seen enough for today. We're putting in bubble screens now. I cannot believe he just dropped that. Easiest touchdown catch of your entire life. You've seen enough for today. In the friggin' SEC championship, and you drop that big pile of dookie. Great. Unbelievable. I cannot believe that. Quite literally, my grandkids can absolutely do better than that. Oh well, Nino Nakano's got me. What a clutch run right there by Nino. Yes, he beat him. See, Leroy Jenkins can catch. Leroy Jenkins can catch. Why can't you? I still can't believe Stuart Little dropped that. I don't know how you drop that as a D1 receiver. We're taking you back to, I don't know if you transferred here from Georgia, but if you did, you're going right back after that.
The extra point is good, and they stretch the lead a little bit more. Now the kickoff team is out on the field.
Hey Squid, oops, forgot about this. Imagine having all 5 of your starters drafted as freshmen. 2 top 5 picks and a top 10 pick don't even make the national championship. Ouch. Who were you referencing there?
Back out on the field. They're coming off a quick 3 and out, so looking to put something together on this drive with a little more urgency. Off the play fake, looking to throw.
Y'all just can't be satisfied with me, can you? First I'm a Mario Pissman merchant. Now I'm a Leroy Jenkins merchant. I just can't win with y'all. I think I'm just a scoring merchant. I think that's a better way of putting it.
And the ball is handed off out of the shotgun. That's a nice tackle there by the senior. Solid gain on the running play. 3rd down now.
Okay, well, That works. I mean, well, if you might be Hendon Hooker 2.0, but you sure don't run like him.
Impossible!
Duvalls will have to kick it away when he comes for his second punt of the game. And the returner brought down by the
Oh, Duke, that's right. Yeah. Not only that, but they didn't just make the national. I mean, they didn't make the national championship. Not only did they do that, but they completely sold in their game. Well, poo. All right.
You know, the game often comes down to a play or two. The offense just missed a huge opportunity for a big play. You're going to have to make some adjustments there and maybe go back to that play and see if they can come up with a big opportunity.
Beautiful. Where's the God Save the Queen bit from? My good buddy Sifs, when we were reacting to the Tennessee-Alabama game after Tennessee scored their first touchdown, I said it's a Great Britain miracle, and then he replied with, God Save the Queen! Or he replied with this.
God save the Queen!
Drag route is the perfect option for an offense looking to scheme that position.
So yeah, it's on live, so
Execution here for a first down.
you should be able to hear it. I know somebody's going to get mad at this, but when he's wide open, he's wide open. I don't know what to tell you. Leroy Jenkins again. All right, to prove to you, here's what I'm going to do, okay? Hold on, let the cinematic play. Well, let's kick the extra point first. Bam. All right. To prove to you that I'm not entirely a Leroy Jenkins merchant, here's what we're going to do. There. We put in Ash Ketchum. He's out for the rest of the game. Leroy Jenkins is not coming back for the rest of the game. To prove to you that I'm not a Leroy Jenkins merchant, we have subbed him out for the rest of the game. There you go.
Return starts from inside the 5. He'll be tackled at the 18. That's good coverage there.
Oh, Megamind's a great movie. It's a shame they ruined it with the second one, but no, the first one was absolute cinema. Can y'all wake up, please? But no, you said I'm... No, that does not... Yeah, we're not doing that. You said I'm a Leroy Jenkins merchant. I'm going to prove to you that I'm not. I don't want to hear you crying once I throw to another receiver.
Dropping back, it's York. It's a short completion to the big tight end.
Yeah, Sifs has been really busy. I tried to get him on the podcast last week, but he's like I said, he's been really busy. He had to pick up his girlfriend from work. He's been doing a whole lot of that lately. Besides, he's also just been working in general, so he really hasn't had a lot of time to do much of anything else or interact with the comments.
Motion by the back, defense better adjust. Wrap down the middle.
I can't prove if I'm a Leroy. I can't prove I'm not a Leroy Jenkins merchant if I can't even see the field anymore. So I'd like for us to get back on offense sometime soon.
That's exactly how you dice up zone coverage. Nice throw downfield here on third down and a really good route.
Man, you Super Nuclear, you're a lose to Lucas Sharp merchant. How about that?
Gonna throw the ball.
Oh! That is something that would absolutely happen to me. This is something that would absolutely happen to me. Oh my goodness. What a heads-up play right there by Diamond Ferrari. Almost took it back all the way home.
Oh, how I love when this happens. The big dog
Well, that was wonderful.
working hard and snatched his opportunity. Good for him.
Looking to throw it on first down. The pass rush closing in.
Nice.
Slides down to avoid the
Decent run for Nino.
important second down play coming up. There's the snap. Looking to throw the ball.
I just won't throw to Mario Pissman. How about that? I'll just pretend that we've only got 4 receivers on the field. And then, yeah. That's all there is to it.
And the quarterback dropping back. Receiver makes the catch. He's brought down quickly. Getting 2 yards closer to the mark. Second down play coming up. Moving the receiver around pre-snap. They flip it to him on the jet sweep.
A sophomore 18 is gone. There you go. Now shut up about Leroy Jenkins. Diamond Ferrari batted the ball at the line of scrimmage and picked it off. That's what happened.
Now the try here for the extra point.
Beautiful.
And the kick is up and good. They tack on a point to their lead. Kickoff team is on the field to boot this one away.
All right, well, 35-7. Not bad so far, I'll say that much. They wanted to show up to the SEC championship and run their mouths about us. I'm sure they ran. You guys think Tennessee? You guys think some of the Tennessee players ran their mouths about Tardaria and like the interviews? They definitely had some bad PR moments. Pansy, you would slide. I'm not much better. In fact, I'm not any better. I would definitely slide in that situation.
Second down after that previous play.
Yeah, I'm an everyone merchant.
Tight end goes in motion. Makes a quick grab.
Like I said, I'm just a scoring merchant now.
Out of bounds. The offense keeps churning. Gets a fresh set of downs.
Well, it's got to start somewhere, and there's a nice first down to keep this drive.
You guys think I'm sure they called Atlanta Neyland North because of how much orange is in the field. That certainly doesn't help, though. Yeah, that doesn't help. Good job, guys. No, don't play the Yeah, don't play that.
My grandkids can do better.
How many times are the teams we play going to score off of more than 60-yard touchdown plays?
BAT is good. They cut into the lead. It's 35-14. The kickoff team on the
Oh, you think I made like a message to the Tardaria Squidtards video? I bet you I did.
and he's going to bring this out from a couple.
I bet I did.
And they stop him short of the 25 there. Offense begins at the 22. So the first play of the drive coming up here. Under 3 minutes to play before half. First down. Looking to throw the football. Using his legs here.
Please don't fall. Okay, thank you. First time Nino actually had a quarterback run and got tackled and didn't instantly fumble the football. Christmas has truly come for all of us.
Quarterback drops back, probing the secondary. Quick completion to the tight end. That gain is good.
SEC team with a Big 12 defense. I think we're just a Big 12 team in general. That's, for some reason, stuck in the SEC.
100 yards pack, and he's looking
Uh-oh.
to make a big
Oh,
play
no.
downfield.
I just realized what I did. Oh, well, who cares? You guys said no Leroy Jenkins. You didn't say anything about Mario Pissman. I don't know what to tell you.
Here comes the point after attempt. The extra point is good. They stretch the lead a little bit more. Kickoff team is on the field. Let's see if they give the returner a chance to bring this one back. Fields it just outside the goal line.
Oh.
On the move. Still
Okay.
foot race. All the way for a touchdown.
You're a cheater. You're being a cheater. Oh my gosh. You can't use Mario Pissman, Squidtard. Hey, Squidtard, we might as well just not throw the football anymore, Squidtard. There. We have 3 friggin' freshman wide receivers in the game now. Can you shut up?
Tank, yeah, look. Anybody else who want me to throw out of the game? Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah, like I said, outside forces beyond our comprehension will not allow ever for there to be a score named 42-17. It's just never going to happen.
This could be a game-changing opportunity for him.
He's going to return it from near the goal line.
And 42 points, can't play offense. Yeah, can't believe it.
So here we go. First play of the drive, under 2 minutes before halftime. On first and 10 here, looking to throw the ball.
Oh, you, wow, okay.
That's a solid return after the interception.
Wow, okay. Sorry, guys, I didn't realize Tennessee had the god among safeties. Lawrence Taylor must have had another year of eligibility, my bad. Oh, for Christ, yep. Rubber banding! This is rubber banding in
My
action.
grandkids could do better than that.
Can we wake up, please? That was quite literally the most rubber banding ass shit I've ever seen in my life. Instantly wide open receiver, and then the Lawrence Taylor ass interception where the guy literally zoomed halfway across the field. Oh, I really needed Shane Gooch to get me a good kick return right there. Oh, relax. I threw one interception. Chill out. See? Look. Hush now. Ash Ketchum. Taking it all the way to the house. You can hush now about me being a merchant or whatever. It all works itself out in the end, doesn't it? What's next on the agenda? Deep route merchant. We haven't tried that one yet.
And the extra point makes it a 3-touchdown lead. Getting set to kick the ball off now.
Are we gonna have to start taking out defensive players now?
He'll return it from inside the 5. And he stopped at the 19. Good job by the coverage team. And the Volunteers' powerful offense.
Kirk Herbstreit merchant. We have to mute the announcers. They're causing outside influence in this game.
Short completion of the tight end. Defense shoves him out of bounds. Not much of a gain.
That's, you don't realize, Mario Sonic, that's what they want. They want me to blow this game. It gives them content.
The defense can't lock in on one guy or two guys. Make them have to be aware of everybody.
Oh, good grief. I can't wait for friggin' Hendon Hooker 2.0 to be out of my ass. And the worst part is he won't be out of it. They will lose this game, and then they'll still be in the playoffs. So I'm going to have to deal with him again. I bet. I guarantee. I bet I'm going to have to deal with him yet again.
The offense is clicking, and the defense just searching for answers now.
Yeah, we've been searching for answers for a really long time. Never found any.
Pressure is coming.
Great.
Ending the play now.
Great.
Avoid the big hit with the slide.
He figured out how to run the football now. I think we're cooked. I think the defense is just going to go ahead and get baked. Again.
Look to throw it here on second down.
Case in point. Oh my goodness. How? How does this keep happening? What are we doing wrong? Who is this guy? How is he finding receivers that wide open?
Just get the ball into the hands of your guy and let him do the rest of the heavy lifting with the yards after the catch. What a great catch and score.
So the offense gets momentum, scoring before halftime.
I sure am glad I have my Seagram.
Defense can get his top and preserve that momentum.
All right, they gave us 52 seconds to work with, so let's score again so that we can get out of here in this situation, because yeah. Freaking Zach York merchants. Well, that was unintended, by the way. I did not mean to throw that at the receiver, but it all pans out. It all pans out in the end. Mr. Antonio Brown coming in through the clutch right there to make something happen. He might have. No, he doesn't have anything. Okay.
I don't know if people understand how hard it is to defend against the deep ball in man coverage like that. But this defensive back did it perfectly. Turns his head back just in time.
Ooh, okay, I like that. That was a nice little play right there.
Tackle made after a nice pickup on the play. Empty backfield, offense spreading the field with 5 wide. The pocket.
Throw the ball, Nino. Oh my goodness, I was sitting there in the backfield for like 10 minutes trying to throw the football, but he would not want to throw the football. So we never got the chance to throw the football. Ay, ay, ay. Oh, bubble screen? Bubble screen! Let's go. All right. Let's go. See, I told you guys we're good. No matter how many times the defense is going to piss themselves, at least we have people other than Mario Pissman and Leroy Jenkins to rely on. Yeah, make it 56 points in the first half. All we need to do is score one more touchdown. We'll put up 63 again on them. 4 verticals, Merchant. Well, that wasn't 4 verticals, but good try.
So the offense looking to be efficient here. Not much time remaining before the end of the half. And the back gets the football. They'll stop him behind the line.
I don't know why Tennessee's not trying to take another deep shot. Every other deep shot they've taken has worked to perfection. I don't know why they didn't bother. I don't know why they didn't try to take another shot. Every other one they've tried has worked.
Kick it away now to get this third quarter underway.
Is Tim Banks still the defensive coordinator? In this universe, probably not, no.
Makes it with a 16. That's good coverage there.
Might be, I don't know. Actually, it would be pretty fitting if he was. The best defense is a good offense. Ain't truer words than that, but they don't want me to have a good offense. That's the problem. You guys would be really happy if I just lost every other game that we played. A lot of you would be happy about that. I know that for a fact. D1 haters. And I'm so sick and tired of this freaking Hendon Hooker wannabe. I'm pretty sure I meant to actually get this quarterback on our roster, but then he committed to Tennessee. I think that's how that went down, actually. So now I guess it only makes sense that he is just completely shredding me. Even in this game, Tennessee doesn't make the smartest decisions in clutch time versus elite competition. I love the realism. Yeah, really adds on, doesn't it? The only thing that's unreal about this situation is the fact that their offense is actually really good. Boom. That's real, though. Running it up the middle on 3rd down.
How'd he do it? Impossible!
That is a real moment right there. I don't know why they didn't throw the football. I'm telling you, every other time they've thrown deep, it's worked for them. They've gotten another, like, big touchdown after big touchdown off of it. I don't know why they're not doing that. Hey, look, there's Sifs. He's online.
Quick pass. Here comes a jet sweep. Picks up 3 yards. So second.
Yeah, Minnesota suddenly came out of nowhere and just started being really, really good. And with Purdue out of their face, now they can finally win. They might be able to win the old Big Ten this time, because they were in the Big Ten championship last year, but lost it to Purdue of all teams. Oh, I didn't even realize we had an open man. They double teamed me and I didn't even recognize it. I was so focused on getting Nino out of the pocket.
Here's the snap.
Now we can take off with Nino. First down.
Quarterback gets down to avoid the tackle. How aggressive do you get on 1st and 10? And the wideout goes in motion.
I just like using the meme. Minnesota! We need to turn that into one of the stingers, I think. We have many of the other ones, like we've got...
You got barbecue back there?
Here's one from the Pat McAfee version of the... I think it was... Hold on a second. Sophomore 18's got a score. Another one of the merchant players I have. Bam. But we got that one. This is one from the Texas-Ohio State game, the Pat McAfee version. I think it was... There was an unnecessary roughness penalty. Somebody on there, I think it was Pat, who said, "Don't do that." I had to pick that one out. That was pretty funny. Then, of course, we've got the classic. And you got
God save the Queen!
the one for every time my defense gets a stop.
How'd he do it? Impossible!
The one every time Nino Purcell scores. And then, of course, the old classic.
You might as well be in different leagues, not conferences, different leagues.
Oh, for added good measure, this is the one for most times we allow a touchdown.
My grandkids could do better than that.
Well, there's another 63 bomb on old Tennessee. Only took us less than 3 quarters. The Ducks play Minnesota at Austin this year. I've been to Minnesota many times, and it's not an exciting place to visit. I bet not. It just seems to me like a place that's cold, and I cannot believe he just somehow whiffed me right there. It was the biggest troll job I've ever seen. In fact, it was such a troll job that I'm now adding a spy on this play. But yeah, no, Minnesota just does not seem like an exciting place to play. It just seems the only thing that they got going on there is cold weather and the Minnesota Vikings. So, cold weather and ass. There you go. And not the good kind either.
The shotgun handoff here.
Chris, the spread era over the years has always grown offensively, but I've been always impressed with defenses that really build their defense to play in space, still have an ability to be sound at the line of scrimmage and defend a running game. It's exactly what
Boom! There we go. Finally, our defense is waking up. And it was Carl Hicks, of all people, getting the interception. Oh, wait, never mind. I gave too much credit to Carl Hicks. That was YBG Don. Atta boy, YBG Don. I think that's the first time he's done anything useful for our team. Might as well try and burn him deep again here. Okay, no love. So we'll just take off again with Nino.
Make something happen. Slides down to avoid the tackle. First down here for this offense. Quarterback sets up, looking for an open man.
You should use the soundbite from Nick Saban telling his players to don't do that shit after the last time he beat Texas. I love you know, I need to make a stinger. I need to make the one from the interview that he had after the Louisville game. I'm not going to, so quit asking. Woo! Sophomore 18. Let's go. 69 bomber on him. You know what? No, we need to keep it this way. Yes. There you go, everyone. There you go. I know that's bad for statistics, but who cares? That's hilarious. I think now we can go ahead and, now that we're up by this much, we can just sub in our backups and call it. I'm not going to risk it. Just go ahead and call Raps. Oh, you assholes. They would score. Oh, well. Oh, well. Oh, well. Fine. You don't want the glory? Fine. Fine. SEC champions. What can I say? Two-time SEC champions, by the way. $754 passing yard. No, 635 passing yards. 754 total yards. Nino with 25 of 30. 10 touchdowns and 1 interception. Yeah, pretty good. Pretty good stats. Nino is also 74 rushing yards. Ooh, I'm a man on 40. That's a good one, too. Yeah, I'm going to add some soundboards for you guys next stream. Leroy Jenkins, 197 passing yards. A sophomore, 18 with 3 touchdowns. Antonio Brown with 88 yards. Stuart Little had some yards. Bubble Screen, 58 yards and a touchdown. Ash Ketchum, 59 yards and a touchdown. Mario Pissman, 58 yards and a touchdown. Yeah, everybody got a little bit. All right, well, there you have it. 76-42, absolute annihilation in the SEC championship game. More than usual, honestly. I mean, let's be real here. More than usual. Oh, yeah. My stream would be another one of these streams where I'm just drinking Seagrams the entire time and spinning around in my chair. That's what happened in the Ohio State game. I just spent the entire thing spinning around in my chair in pain. And good news, we do not need to manage our staff despite letting them give up 42 points. We're just going to pretend that didn't happen. All right, on to next week. I guess this is where we figure out what accolades we win before we get into the playoffs, because we will have a bye. We'll also get to see if we get to face Syracuse, the team that beat us. Yeah, Nino, Player of the Week. Shocker. Shocker. Nino Nakano, National Offensive Player of the Week. Oh, this is just the bye. Minnesota. Oh, we get to see which teams won or lost. So let's see. Ooh, Baylor barely beat Oklahoma State. In fact, Baylor barely beat Oklahoma State by so much that Oklahoma State went from unranked to ranked by losing. There you go. The only time I ever saw a team go from unranked to ranked by losing was when Texas almost beat Alabama. Remember that? Texas nearly beat Alabama back in 22. They were unranked, but they lost, and then they still ended up in the top 25. East Carolina held on against Charlotte. Tardaria barely holds on against Tennessee. Barely holds on against Tennessee. SMU beats Miami. But Syracuse might end up in the playoffs ahead of them. And then Minnesota beats USC. So pretty much mostly all of the expected results. Nothing. Sam Houston went down. So they're out of playoff contention, obviously. And probably stay that way. But yeah, Minnesota. Minnesota. Big Ten champions. Good for them. All right. Let's move on to next week and see who we face. Or who will potentially face. Yeah, blah, blah, blah. All right, well, first off, let's see our accolades. Let's see what we won. Nino, 2029 Player of the Year. Yes, of course. Nino Nakano. There you have it. 2029 Heisman Trophy winner, over 5,000 yards, 72 touchdowns, 11 interceptions. Hell of a year for Nino Nakano. And great way to end out. I'm glad you stuck around for another year. John stopped the run for Best Defensive Player of the Year. Good for him. Leroy Jenkins watched it. I mean, who's shocked by this one? Really, who's stunned by that? Best Receiver Award winner. Yeah, almost 2,500 yards. But yeah, Best Receiver goes to him, so basically he won the Blitnikoff. Best Quarterback, Nino Nakano, shocker. Balthazar Foxbottom, Best Running Back Award, despite not really having all that great rushing yards. That's pretty funny. Antonio Brown, Best Tight End Award. Not a shocker there. He's a beast. Sonato Fan Fiction, Best Defensive Back. Okay, now, okay.
How'd he do it? Impossible!
What the hell is even that?
Literally. Now you're just trolling me. How bad were the corners this year if he's the guy that won the Best Defensive Back Award? The hell is that all about? Jellybean, though, he did deserve Best Linebacker. He did deserve that. John stopped the run with the Lombardi. Here you go. There's another award. We are just filled with awards. There we go. There you have it. Those are all of the awards. We just outright dominated in that department. All right, now for the big question. Who are we facing? Oh, wow. And if Nino didn't win it, then Leroy Jenkins or a sophomore at 18 would have won it. All right. Well, let's see who awaits in the bracket. All right, so first thing I noticed off the bat is Syracuse did make it. That's something I'd like to point out. Syracuse did indeed make it. So that's huge. But they do have to face Texas A&M. Kentucky's playing against the Horsies and SMU. Oregon is facing Tennessee in Knoxville. Good luck with that, is all I can say. USC in a rematch versus LSU. And then, of course, like I previously said, Syracuse and A&M are facing off. So the 4 teams to get a bye: Tardaria, Minnesota, Baylor, and East Carolina. All right. Fair enough. Well, there's your playoffs for you. I don't know what we're going to do. If we have to face Syracuse again. The bastards that beat us last time. I hope we do. I hope we do. I really do. I don't know if we will, but I mean, they've got a really tough path. They can beat A&M. I'll say they can beat A&M, but then, you know, Minnesota's on a tear this season. Minnesota probably going to be the team that we face. If I had to guess, it's going to be Minnesota. Maybe Baylor or LSU, but if I had to guess, it's going to be Baylor. We're probably going to have to face Tennessee again. Yeah. We're probably going to have to battle against Tennessee for a 3rd time. That means I have to deal with Hendon Hooker's evil twin again. Yeah, so whoop-de-friggin-do there. I'm real excited about that. I'm real stoked about it, if you could say so. What can you do? What can you do? Honestly, I never thought I'd be saying this, but I hope Tennessee loses, so that way I don't have to face them a 3rd time. I'm sick of it. I'm sick of it. For whatever, I mean, the only things Kentucky, facing Kentucky again would be pretty cool, because SEC championship rematch, the other SEC champ, the one before this one. Too bad Penn State didn't make it. But yeah, no, this is great. This is a great playoffs right here. A lot of our previous losses are on here, at least from the teams that we didn't get revenge against. But we got revenge against Tennessee. Got revenge against A&M. We gotta kind of cross our fingers and hope Syracuse can make it to the end of the road, so that we can have a true finale to this. I feel like that would be the best finale, to beat the team that beat us, so that I can actually feel like I earned my trophy. Let's check our All-Americans list. Oh my goodness, holy hell. Oh my gosh. Well, offense was beastly. Other than Esteban Gash, who gashed us, haha. Yeah, it's dominated. This whole thing is an SEC thing.
You might as well be in different leagues, not conferences, different leagues.
We got Nino, Foxbottom, Leroy Jenkins, a sophomore 18, Antonio Brown, tomfoolery. Go down here, we got John Stop the Run. Hell, our kicker's on here, Lamont Butler. He's on here. Yeah, that's hilarious. I guess we'll check just SEC. What's that look like? Not much else other than the fact that Tardaria's Pride and Joy is on here. Jelly Bean is on here. Yeah. I'm sure second team is... oh, wow, it's not. Wow. I'm a little surprised that friggin' Tennessee's quarterback is not second team. Anybody there? Ali G. Ali G's there. But that's it for second team. What about freshmen? A sophomore 18, Antonio Brown, Oltegatron Owe, Mr. Popo the second, Homer Simpson the second, Lava Chicken, Squilliam Fancyson. So a lot of, yeah, you got a lot of players on here when it comes to freshmen All-Americans, or All SEC. All-American, yeah, sophomore 18 still on here, Antonio Brown, Oltegatron Owe, Tardaria's Pride and Joy, Lava Chicken. A lot of the guys are still on here. Please never stop using that Lane Kiffin soundbite. Yeah, trust me, I won't. You don't have to worry about that. Alright, then finally, I guess we'll take a look at who's playing at which bowl game. Well, it's the first round of the playoffs, so we don't really know that. So I guess we'll go to week 2 then. So the Peach Bowl is the winner of Kentucky SMU versus East Carolina. The Orange Bowl, is the winner of Tennessee Oregon versus Tardaria. Well, I think it would be really fitting for Tennessee to win that game now. Tennessee Tardaria in the Orange Bowl. Fiesta Bowl is going to be the winner of, I believe, USC LSU. It's going to be the winner of USC LSU versus Baylor, and then the Cotton Bowl will be Syracuse or Texas A&M versus Minnesota. There you go. East Carolina's going down. They're done. They're not winning that game. I don't care what. Some of the bowl games are pretty interesting. Purdue, Missouri, Oklahoma, Miami, Florida State versus Oklahoma State, ReliaQuest Bowl, Illinois versus Georgia, Penn State versus Iowa State in the Alamo Bowl, Tarts Bowl, the Pop-Tarts Bowl, Texas Tech versus Cal, Military Bowl, Temple versus North Carolina, the Texas Bowl, Ole Miss versus Central Florida, Holiday Bowl, Wake Forest versus Michigan. What's the week 1 look like? Any interesting bowls on here? Ohio State versus Boise State in the LA Bowl. Las Vegas Bowl, Utah versus Nebraska. Detroit Bowl is Washington versus Notre Dame. Gasparilla Bowl, Colorado and Pitt. Guaranteed Rate Bowl, TCU versus Virginia Tech. Any bowl games week 3? Nope. That's it. Are you going live tomorrow to finish the season? No, I'm going live next Saturday night. Next Saturday night will be the finale, the series finale of the Tardaria Dynasty, at least for EA College Football 25. After this, we're going to be on hiatus for a while until after the college football season, and then we'll be back with another grand rendition of the Tardaria Dynasty in EA College Football 26. I'll probably, the week after the championship game, I'll probably make a stream where we go over the team, go over who's on it, make the team, add them onto the roster, and then go from there. And I'll show you guys the new upgrades that we'll have to the stadium, the uniforms, all that ordeal. And then, of course, after that, we'll do what we've done here, but we'll have a whole lot more time because I started this series. When did I start this series? I started it pretty late, right? Let me fact check that. Because I did. I started it pretty late. Let's see. Wow, the Kenny Burns video did pretty good. That's not what I'm looking for, though. Let me just go to my live and see. Okay, so I built my school. This was February 8th. Okay, so it wasn't that far long after the national championship. In fact, I think it was, yeah, like a week afterwards. Okay, so it'll probably be the same thing, maybe a little bit more, maybe 7 seasons if we get to that point. But it'll be a lot like what you saw here. Kind of the same ordeal. Let's see who wins in the first round. I guess we could do that. 1998, yeah, great year. Great year. Oh, I gotta stretch. But yeah, to give you guys an idea of what's going to go on for the rest of the season, basically, I'll be back going into, trying to think. I can't say it'd be like the week after the national championship, probably 2 weeks after that, but it won't be much further after that, basically. But yeah, we'll basically run through the same thing, do what we've always done, and I'll show you guys the upcoming roster basically. That's kind of how it'll start out, if that makes sense. Alright, let me switch back over so that you guys can see. Sorry, I had to check something on my main screen real quick. I know somebody said that they wanted to see the results of the first games before we move on, so I'll go ahead and advance to next week and then see what happens. So you guys ready? Here's who Tardaria will be playing next week. I have no preference. It's probably going to be Tennessee again, but we had no trouble scoring on them, so I guess we might as well play them again and see what happens. And it's Tennessee. We gotta play him again. Yay! We gotta play him again, everybody. Whoop-de-freaking-do. Third time's the charm, I bet, right, Tennessee? You had trouble facing us the first 2 times. We might as well do it all over again. And, oh, Syracuse won. How about that? Syracuse knocks off A&M. Damn, I'm sorry, Nuclear. Hey, I think you were the one who requested to see it. Well, your heart's been broken, buddy. Your heart's been crushed. Kentucky gets knocked out in the first round again. Damn, that's tough. Cowa, bummer. That means we're either going to be facing the Cinderella or more than likely the Tank Conference runner-up in SMU. Or actually, we're going to be facing the ACC champion because Syracuse is actually the Tank Conference runner-up, and they aren't even that. They're like 3rd place. Okay, well, bring it on again, Tennessee, is all I can really say. We really just let the horsies win, good lord. Yeah, sorry to hear that, buddy. Yeah, drop 63 on him for the 3rd time in a row, why don't we? Yeah, but now Minnesota is there's Minnesota and then the winner of Baylor LSU to stop Syracuse. That's it. After that, all I can say is just pray. That's all you can do. All right, well, we're going to leave it off here tonight, guys. Final episode of the Tardaria Dynasty is going to be starting next week, same time as always, 7 o'clock p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I hope to see you guys there. Hope you stick around. And that's all there is to it. I'll update you guys probably next week on what the new show, well, it's not even going to be a new show necessarily. It'll just be like a Saturday Night Live hangout stream. And then we'll just leave it at that up until the college football season actually kicks off. So that way, you guys can come in and you kind of give your thoughts about, playoff teams and whatever not. We can just hang out for a while, give it like a 2-hour live show, that whole ordeal. All right, guys. Well, that's gonna do it for me tonight. Love each and every one of y'all. Y'all are great people. Hope to see you guys next week for the finale of this dynasty. And as always, of course, power to Tardaria, and of course, go Big Orange. And we're not talking about Tennessee.